GeekNet every fourth Monday at 7 p.m. W5FC. W5FC.
Chairman, I need to make myself very clear. If we uplink now, Skynet will be in control of your military.
But you'll be in control of Skynet, right?
That is correct, sir.
Skynet.
This is Kilo Echo 5, India Charlie X-Ray. Does anyone need to use the repeater before we begin tonight's Skynet? I'll take that as a no. Skynet is a weekly net called every Saturday night at 9 p.m. concerning the subject of astronomy. Our purpose is to help amateurs become familiar with the nighttime and daytime sky, astronomy, and space in general. This net is open to all amateurs interested in this topic. We encourage your participation, comments, and suggestions for this net. Stations with priority or emergency traffic may enter the net at any time by using the pro sign break, break, very enthusiastically, followed by your call sign. Is there any emergency or priority traffic? Please come now. This is a directed net, so please do not transmit without direction from net control. That would be me this evening, and stations are reminded to ID at the end of your transmissions. This weekly net operates on this frequency with a PL tone of 110.9er. Check-ins via Echolink are also possible using the W5FC-R station ID or Echolink node 37247. Tonight's topics, astronomy charts, pictures, and live audio-video links are available online. Just go to the club website, whiskey5friedchicken.org right now for the complete list. And remember to tell others about this popular net. All amateur operators are welcome. You need not be a member of any amateur radio club to participate. This net is 90 minutes long and is structured in these parts. We have general announcements, Texas Astronomical Society of Dallas events where and when you can look through a telescope, National Space Society events, discussion topic of the evening, selected by the NCS, that's me, space exploration, space history was up, topic or constellation of the week, we have a topic this tonight I believe, space launches of the week, recent astronomical discoveries, visible satellite passages over the next couple of days, astronomical Q&A in the 73 round. We're 90 minutes long with 12 different sections. Will we get to them all? Probably not, but you never know. So let's go ahead and get started. I will take for round one, low power short time check-ins. If you're one of those, please come with your call sign phonetically, your name, where you're transmitting from. If you don't mind, let me know if you're low power short time.
This is Whiskey Bravo number 4, Mike Foxtrot India, WB4MFI, Ted Dallas, low power, short time.
November 5 Sierra, Quebec Alpha, Ron Dallas, short time.
November 5, Whiskey Oscar India, William Allen, short time.
November 5, India Mike Sierra, JJ Carrollton, mostly listening.
Whiskey Bravo 5, Oscar Zulu Lima, Brenda in DeSoto.
All right, let's go ahead and hold up there. Let me get our low power short time check-ins before masses erupt. WB4 MFI, Ted in Dallas, low power short time. N5 SQA, Ron, Dallas short time. N5 WOI, William and Allen, short time. N5 IMS, JJ Carrollton, he's just listening. And I got WB5 OZL, Miss Brenda in DeSoto, checking in. So I'll ask any additional low power short time, please come now. Okay, very good. There's a method to my madness. I ask for low power short time, mainly short time. I guess low power is kind of a mutable point. So anyone checked in as short time, do you have any announcements? Please come now with your call sign. All right, very good. That's why we do that. I'll take general check-ins now. Be nice to me. These are probably going to be a pretty good list. Please come with your call sign phonetically, your name, and where you're transmitting from. General check-ins.
November 5, Bravo, Bravo, Bill and Irving.
Kilo India 5, Gulf Romeo Hotel, Melissa in Dallas.
This is Kilo Foxtrot 5, Quebec, Delta, Quebec, Eric and Garland.
Kilo Golf 5, Papa, 5, uniform. Kilo Golf 5, Papa, Mike and Richardson.
November Tango 5, Tango Mike, Tony in Dallas.
This is Kilo Golf 5, Whiskey Victor Lima, James, Carrollton.
Alpha 5, Alpha Hotel, Robert and Richardson.
Kilo Foxtrot 5, Juliet Hotel Alpha, Chaz, Mesquite. Happy Pi Day.
Kilo Foxtrot 5, Zulu Bravo Lima, Ville, Farmers Branch.
Kilo 5, Kilo, Tango X-Ray, Kelly in Quinlan.
Whiskey 5, Golf Uniform Sierra, Gus for Northeast Dallas.
Kilo 5, Alpha November Papa, Allen in Dallas.
All right, let's go ahead and hold up there. Let me get everybody checked in. There was a double, so if you do not hear your call, I'll get you on the next round. N5BB, Mr. Bill in Irving, KI5GRH, Melissa in Dallas, welcome. KI5QDQ, Mr. Eric in Garland. I've got KG5P, Mike in Richardson. I think the double was there, and I got NT5TM, Tony in Dallas. KG5W, Victor Lima, that's James in Carrollton. AA5AH, Robert in Richardson. KF5JHA, Chaz in Mesquite. KF5ZBL, Mr. Bill in Farmers Branch. K5KTX, Miss Kelly in Quinlan. W5GUS, Gus in Northeast Dallas. K5ANP, Allen in Dallas. I'll take additional check-ins now. Please come with your call sign phonetically. Your name, where you're transmitting from, please. Okie dokie, we got them all on one round. Not too bad. Let's go over to Echolink. If you're over on Echolink and you'd like to check in, I'll give you extra time. Please come with your call sign phonetically your name and where you're transmitting from. Echo link only, please.
Golf 5 Bravo Zulu Whiskey J near Weatherford. This is November 5 Yankee Echo Oscar Stephen in San Antonio.
Juliet Delta Whiskey John in Norman, Oklahoma.
All right, we picked up 3 more over on Echo Link. I got KG5BZWJ near Weatherford, not in Weatherford, a suburb of Weatherford known as near Weatherford. And 5YEO, Stephen, now retired over in San Antonio. K5JDW, John in Norman in his summer home. He's there early, I guess. All right, I'll open it up to anybody, anywhere, any place. If you'd like to join us, please come now with your call sign, phonetically your name, where you're transmitting from.
Kilo 5 Golf Lima Delta Randy Rowlett.
All right, I think I got one more. I got Kilo 5 Golf Lima Delta James over in Rowlett. James, did I get your call sign right, or did I mangle it?
You got the call right, you got the name wrong. It's Randy Rowlett, K5GLD.
Doggone it. All right, K5GLD, Randy in Rowlett. I got you, man. Thanks for checking in. This is KE5ICX on net control for tonight's Skynet. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I'll take additional rounds here later on. Does anyone have any announcements they'd like to bring to this evening's net? These can be of ham, astronomical, space, or general interest to licensed hams. Please come to your call sign now.
November Tango 5, Tango Mike.
Okie dokie, I got NT5TM. Tony, go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. I know you'll touch on this, but of course, head over to w5sc.org. We have lots of details about announcements from TechNet and all the things you might need to better appreciate Skynet. Right there, links, videos, pictures, it's all there, w5sc.org. Of course, this is not the last net of the night and not the last net of the weekend. We have a very exciting Afterglow movie discussion coming up about an all-time science fiction epic, Planet of the Apes. Yes, the original 1968 classic, where the cinematography is practically another character, maybe even 2 characters. It was that good. Coming up tonight at about 10:30, we're going to talk about it. I hope you'll be there. Of course, tomorrow is a big day, too. We have the Dallas Amateur Radio Club meeting on the air on this repeater at 7 p.m. This is an informal meeting. We don't do business, but we sure have a lot of fun. You don't have to be a club member, but if you'd like to share what's been going on in your ham world or hear what other hams are doing in theirs, tomorrow, right on this repeater at 7 p.m. is the place to be, meeting on the air. finally, don't forget that we do have a lot of storms going on. If you are a storm spotter or a RACES appointee, we have a net for you tomorrow night, 8 p.m. on this repeater is the RACES training net, the RACES training net. Only RACES appointees can check in, but everyone is welcome to listen to the training presentation. It's usually pretty interesting. So we've got a great movie discussion coming up tonight, a meeting on the air tomorrow, a RACES training net tomorrow, and of course, lots of good stuff about space and astronomy coming up right now. This is NT5TM.
All right, thank you, Tony, and thanks for those announcements. Does anybody need any fills? All right, very good. And this is KE5 ICX Net Control for tonight. Skynet. I also want to acknowledge K5TGS. That's Tim. I don't know where he's from, but he says he would like to be checked in. And some of my buddies out there, Martin Lawler, extraordinary. I hope you keep watching because I think you'll have fun with this net. He's over on Facebook watching, I think. So let's see here. What do I want to do next? Well, let me go ahead and give the AMSAT stuff because we can. The AMSAT, the Amateur Radio Satellite Group, has 2 nets available to Dallas residents on Tuesday evenings at 8 p.m. Central Time. You'll need Echolink installed, and you register. You can find the net under Groups and AMSAT. Also, there's a live link available on their website, which is amsatnet.com. This net originates out of Houston, Texas. A Dallas AMSAT net also is available, a local net here on Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. on the Arlington repeater at 147.140 megahertz with a PL tone of 110 decibel niner with a positive offset. They're always positive over there. This Oops, I must be out of practice or something. I almost read the notes that are for me only. Don't forget the DARC nets. There's lots of them available. You can go to w5fc.org to find out. Monday nights we've got. First week is Ham Fixin's net at 7 p.m. The second week is MCOM 101, our non-denominational net about emergency communications. On the third week, Mondays, we have Ham Fixin's net, the second helping. So bring your recipes, cooking tips and all of that. It's kind of a non-ham thing, but we all know hams like to eat. So, and some of them even like to cook. So come to those nets from 7 to 8, first and third week. And then the fourth week is GeekNet. Why is that important? Because, well, we like amateur radio, but we also like lots of other stuff. So come on by for that. Saturday evenings is the night of nets. We have TechNet at 7 o'clock, goes to 8. We have Skynet at 9 until 10. And then at 10:30, I should say, tonight's net goes to 10:30. And then at 10:30 or thereabouts, we have our Afterglow movie net, which I'm going to tell you about in just a moment. Every night of the week at 6:30 p.m., we have the ARRL National Traffic System Training Net. This is an opportunity to go through a formalized net in a nice, user-friendly environment. You learn about message handling as well as how to properly check into and out of a formalized net. Whether it be HF, VHF, this is a good place to be. If you're new to amateur radio and you're shy about getting on the radio and you're listening right now, this is the perfect net. Well, so is Skynet, but this is a perfect net to get involved because it is a training net. All right, here we go. And Tim says he's in Keller. Okay. So first thing I want to talk about is tonight's Afterglow movie net. Are you ready? Do you remember last week's movie? What was it? Not Battle for, what was it? Oh, I don't know. Whatever the name of the last movie was, the story continues. The bus finally ground to a halt. Bill surveyed the land. It sure looked like Lake Mead, but he passed that site a long time ago. The long trip from San Francisco, avoiding the ape militia, was dodgy at best. But before Bill could say another word, he heard a sonic boom, and he became the immediate victim of a massive explosion. It was the last thing he would see as a giant spaceship smashed the top of the bus and crashed into a winding lake and river. The spaceship skittered to a halt with its nose pointed toward the sky. It started taking on water. Bill was no more, but 3 astronauts emerged from their damaged vehicle unaware of his spectacular demise. Taylor was the first to speak. "Do you smell burning diesel oil?" The others nodded. "But how could that be?" Join us for another great movie worth repeating. We did this one a few years ago. I think it was 6 years ago. Planet of the Apes from 1968, the original. Not a sequel, not a prequel. It's the real deal. Tonight at 10:30 p.m. All right, I'm not even sure how to approach this with all the cancellations and things going on and not going on. My gosh, it's hourly, but I'm going to go ahead and ask anybody from the Texas Astronomical Society of Dallas would like to speak about what's going on or not going about TAS. Please come with your call sign.
Kilo Foxtrot 5, Juliet Hotel Alpha.
Chaz, KF5JHA. Chaz, bring us up to date.
Can I bring us up to raisins instead? Oh, come on, that was funny. The Texas Astronomical Society of Dallas has suspended all of their observing sessions on Saturday nights or any other public observing sessions due to the COVID-19 outbreak. So until further notice, we don't have observing on Saturday nights. Not sure if we're going to have our meeting on Friday, what is it, March the 27th. Let me look this up for a moment. It's still up in the air where they haven't canceled it yet. So on Friday, March 27th, that would be the 4th Friday of each month. That's when the Texas Astronomical Society has their meetings at the University of Texas at Dallas. That's on Campbell Road. The speaker that night, if we have it, will be Lonnie Ouija, and he's a Meade Instruments representative. Has represented celestron telescopes in the past, but right now is the Meade representative. He's going to talk about his more than 17 years in the Texas Astronomical Society and all the advancements that's happened over in astronomy and astrophotography during that time. It's going to be a great one. He is a wonderful speaker, so I hope we have the meeting. If not, I'm sure we'll have him as a guest speaker in the future. Okay, does anybody have any questions or have any bills they need for this information? Come now with your call sign. Okay, if you want more information, go to texasastro.org for details about the Texas Astronomical Society. I'll leave it back up to you. It's yours, Tom. Thank you. KF5JHA.
All right, thank you, Chaz, and looking forward to your presentation this evening. Next up is the National Space Society of Dallas Events and Activities. Bill, N5BB, you are checked in. What's the status of everything? I'll leave it with you, N5BB from KE5I6.
Thanks, Tom. This is N5BB, National Space Society. Well, as with everything else right now, things are kind of on shutdown as far as in-person meetings due to the COVID-19 crisis. In state of emergency, national, state, county, and even city. The National Space Society last meeting was this previous Sunday, March the 8th, and the speaker was a teacher and a group of students from a North Texas school kind of out in the country, in an extended suburb, that are building a rocket which they plan to launch at White Sands Missile Range. I believe they are the only high school group that was accepted into a NASA program which is normally only for college groups. So they gave very interesting description of their rocket project. The rocket will launch in just a few seconds. I think it's 2.5 seconds, or maybe it's 4 seconds. I think it's 2.5 seconds. It will get to Mach 5, and the fuel will run out. The solid fuel will run out. It will then release the projectile, which will coast up into space, into above the normal line at, 100 kilometers, whatever the line is. And normally, for things going into space, that's the normal acceptance line. And there's electronics. There's a camera and some other electronics on the thing that will coast up into space. And then when it comes down, some parachutes will be released, and it will land at the White Sands Missile Range. So that was a very interesting discussion. Everything else now is probably canceled for a while as far as in-person things. We were going to be going to something at the Dallas Solar Club yesterday in downtown Dallas that was canceled, just like the Radio Merit Badge today was canceled, and the North Texas Renewable Energy Group meeting at a church was canceled, and probably just about everything else you can think of here in the next few weeks. So we don't know when we'll have the next in-person meeting. Again, normally it's the second Sunday of every month at Spring Creek Barbecue in Irving at 3:30 p.m. But we don't really know right now. That's all I got, Tom, in 5BB.
All right, thank you, Bill, and thanks for the information. Yeah, everything is kind of up in the air. I just found out that at the Frontiers of Flight Museum, which is where I volunteer, and I would have been there tomorrow, but it looks like they told the volunteers not to show up, and then they decided to close the museum. So that's what I know right now. Check any venue that you are planning to go to first. Call them or check their website. Make sure that before you head out, particularly over the next couple of weeks, that they are actually available and open to do so, and then follow any precautions that they recommend in the process. We are in a pandemic. People have a tendency to kind of poo-poo those type of things for hysteria, but the thing is, it's better to be cautious and healthy than to be frivolous and suffer potential consequences. I'm in that target group. I'm over 60 years old, so I am more susceptible than I would have been when I was 30 or 20 or 40. So keep those things in mind when you head out. Wash your hands, too. I recommend that any day of the week. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. As Net Control, I get to pick the topic for tonight. And I'm not even sure I can pronounce this thing. I've got Alcubierre warp drive. This was kind of interesting. It keeps popping up. It's very popular within on the internet with the Star Trek crowd for faster-than-light travel. I found a really techy article with lots of complex formulas, and I realized there's no way that I could even communicate that or even understand it. But it is something that's kind of cool, so I found an article that's sort of a fan-based and science-based called universetoday.com. This is a nice episode. This is a nice website that does kind of provide some interesting common man approaches to things, which I kind of like, with a little bit of a storyline that is interesting on the science fiction side of the house. So if you go to universetoday.com, look up Alcubierre warp drive, you'll find this article, and I think you'll find it interesting. By the way, if you want to check any of this stuff out, I've got drawings, figures, all that stuff over on the stream. Just go to w5fc.org and you'll find it there. Okay, so let's begin. It's always a welcome thing to learn that ideas that are commonplace in science fiction have a basis in science fact. Cryogenic freezers, laser guns, robots, silicate implants, and let's not forget the warp drive. Believe it or not, this concept, alternately known as FTL, faster than light travel, hyperspace, light speed, actually has one foot in the world of real science. In physics, it is what is known as the Alcubierre warp drive. On paper, it is a highly speculative but possibly valid solution of the Einstein field equations, specifically how space-time and energy interact. In this particular mathematical model of space-time, there are features that are apparently reminiscent of the fictional warp drive or hyperspace from notable science fiction franchises. You can name them, you know you can. Hence the association. All right, there's a little bit of background. Since Einstein first proposed the special theory of relativity in 1905, scientists have been operating under the restrictions imposed by a relativistic universe. One of these restrictions is the belief that the speed of light is unbreakable, and hence there will never be such a thing as FTL, space travel or exploration. Even though subsequent generations of scientists and engineers managed to break the sound barrier and defeat the pull of Earth's gravity, the speed of light appeared to be one barrier that was destined to hold. But then in 1994, a Mexican physicist by the name of Miguel Alcubierre came along and proposed a method of stretching the fabric of space-time in a way which would, in theory, allow FTL travel to take place. To put it simply, this method of space travel involves stretching the fabric of space-time in a way which would, in theory, cause the space ahead of it of an object in contact to contract. I'll get it right. Contract while the space behind it would expand. An object inside this wave, aka a spaceship, would then be able to ride this region known as the warp bubble of flat space. This is what is known as the Alcubierre metric. Interpreted in the context of general relativity, the metric allows a warp bubble to appear in a previously flat region of space-time and move away, effectively at speeds that exceed the speed of light. The interior of the bubble is the inertial reference frame for any object inhabiting it. Since the ship is not moving within this bubble, but is being carried along in the region itself, as it moves, conventional relativistic effects such as time dilation would not apply. Hence, the rules of space-time and the laws of relativity would not be violated in the conventional sense. One of the reasons for this is because this method would not rely on moving faster than light in the local sense, since a light beam within this bubble would still always be moving faster than the ship. It is only faster than light in the sense that the ship would reach its destination faster than a beam of light than was traveling outside the warp bubble. there are a few problems with this theory. For one, there are no known methods to create such a warp bubble in a region of space that would not only a region of space that would not only contain one. Second, assuming there was a way to create such a bubble, there is not yet any known way of leaving once inside it. As a result, the drive remains in the category of theory at this time. In 1996, NASA founded a research project known as the Breakthrough Propulsion Physics Project, or BPP, to study various spacecraft proposals and technologies. In 2002, the project's funding was discontinued, which prompted the founder, Mark Millis, and several members to create the Tau Zero Foundation, named after the famous novel of the same name by Poul Anderson. This organization is dedicated to researching interstellar travel. In 2012, NASA's Advanced Propulsion Physics Laboratory, aka EagleWorks, announced that they would begin conducting experiments to see if the warp drive was in fact possible. This included developing an interferometer to detect the spatial distortions produced by the expanding and contracting space-time of the Alcubierre metric. The team, led by Dr. Harold Sonny White, described their work in a NASA paper entitled Warp Field Mechanics 101. He also explained their work in NASA's 2012 Roundup publication. We quote him, he says, "We've initiated an interferometer testbed in this lab where we're going to go through and try and generate a microscopic instance of a little warp bubble. Although this is just a microscopic instance of the phenomenon, we're perturbing space-time, 1 part in 10 million, a very tiny amount. The math would allow you to go to Alpha Centauri in 2 weeks as measured by clocks here on Earth. So somebody's clock on board the spacecraft has the same rate of time as somebody in mission control here in Houston might have. There are no tidal forces, no undue issues, and the proper acceleration is 0 when you turn the field on. Everybody doesn't go slamming against the bulkhead, which would be a very short and sad trip." In 2013, Dr. White and members of EagleWorks published the results of their 19.6-second warp field test under vacuum conditions. These results, which were deemed to be inconclusive, were presented to the 2013 Icarus Interstellar Starship Congress held in Dallas, Texas. And this is KE5ISCX. When it comes to the future of space exploration, some very tough questions seem unavoidable. And the questions like, how long will it take for us to get to the nearest star, seem rather troubling when we don't make allowances for some kind of hypervelocity or faster-than-light transit method. How can we expect to become an interstellar species when all available methods would either take centuries or longer, or would involve sending nanocraft instead? At present, such a thing just doesn't seem to be entirely within the realms of possibility, and attempts to prove otherwise remain unsuccessful or inconclusive. But as history has taught us, what is considered to be impossible changes over time. Someday, who knows, we might be able to accomplish. But until then, we'll just have to be patient and wait on future research. Okay, the good and bad and the ugly of it. This is the darling of science fiction fans and space aficionados, and that's to get around the faster-than-light problem and doing it in a reasonable way. So, I don't know. I guess that's what it will be. We'll see what happens over future years and maybe decades. We can live all that long. So, this is KE5ICX. I'm Net Control. Does anyone have any comments they would like to bring in regards to that topic or would like to check in? Please come now with your call sign.
AI5HHP.
All right, I got one. I got KI5HHP. If you don't mind, could I have your name and location? And if you got a comment, please come with that as well.
Sure, I'm Stephen in Louisville, and my comment is, as you approach the speed of light, you need infinite energy, and of course your mass goes to infinity as well.
Yes, that's very true, and that's what Einstein suggested with his theory of general relativity. One has to wonder, though, this is supposed to say you're not actually traveling at the speed of light. Everything around you is traveling faster than that. So I don't know. It is a little bit of a trick, maybe even a word play of sorts, but you never know. It's an interesting idea. I have a suspicion that, well, my suspicion is, as a layperson, they might be able to find a way around this thing. Who knows? You know, Kirk and Picard could, so I don't know. I just thought it was kind of interesting, if you ask me. Any other comments? Please come now.
KG5P.
Okay, KG5P. Mike, go ahead.
Well, a number of years ago, and I can't remember exactly what year it was, Scientific American had an article on objects that travel faster than the speed of light. And one such thing that could travel faster than the speed of light would say like a pair of scissors. Now suppose you're opening a pair of scissors, and the blades, you know, the distance between the blades starts increasing, and the faster you open the scissors, the faster that area between the blades increases, and the two scissors pieces actually move apart from each other. Well, now suppose you had a really long pair of scissors, and I forget, you can calculate how long it would have to be. But we'll say you had a really long pair of scissors, maybe 100,000 miles. I don't know if it's that number or not. Probably isn't. It's probably some other number. But the thing was, you had these really long pair of scissors, and you opened them, say where you are with fulcrum, say an inch or so away from the handles, somewhere that the two objects, the two scissor blades would be receding from each other at speeds exceeding the speed of light. So that's probably more of a thought experiment, but I mean, theoretically it could happen. And they had several other, maybe I could find the article somewhere, because there's a number of hypothetical things like that do travel, in fact, travel faster than the speed of light. KG5P.
In5BB, comment.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Bill.
This happens all the time in astronomy. This is In5BB. There will be streams of particles or light or something moving away from an object, and because of our vantage point, it appears that things are moving away from each other at greater than the speed of light. The local speed of light is not violated, but the apparent speed from our vantage point is greater than the speed of light. some of this is also related to light cones, if you've looked into that with space-time, and the fact that there are quite a few things in our universe which are disconnected from each other. We can see maybe two different objects from our vantage point, but those two objects can never know they exist because their forward light cones never intersect. Anyway, lots of interesting things when it comes to space-time and the apparent ability to go faster than the speed of light, even though you really can't. N5BB.
KI5HHP comment.
Stephen, go ahead. KI5HHP from KE5ICX.
So I asked a question many years ago in my college physics class that if you were in a vehicle, and it doesn't matter, spacecraft, whatever, and you're traveling near the speed of light, and you have lights that you're lighting your way with, do you catch your lights when you actually hit the speed of light?
I can answer that, N5BB.
Oh my, I've opened up a can of worms. Go ahead, Bill.
This is N5BB. From your point of view, if you're the thing moving, the light is going out in whatever direction you send it at the speed of light, from your point of view. Now, it can be different from other points of view, but from your point of view, that's what's happening. The light's going out in whatever direction you send it at the speed of light. This is all a local phenomena, and that's why it's called relativity. It's relative to the observer, and different observers will get different results. In particular, if you have, let's say, a moving train or something like that, and it's going very rapidly, and you view it from somewhere else, to some observers, two things that occur on the train, let's say you're throwing a ball from one place to another, or two things occur on the train. To some observers, event A will occur before event B. To other observers, event A and B may occur at the same time, and to yet other observers, event B may occur before event A. What this means is that the order of events is a relativistic thing. In other words, depends on the observer. There is no absolute ordering of things in time, believe it or not. There is no absolute ordering of what occurred before something else. It depends on where you are and how fast you're moving. We could get into this, but it's a long discussion. N5BB.
KG5P for a quick comment.
Okay, go ahead, Mike, and then we'll continue on after that.
Okay, well, Bill took the words right out of my mouth, but there are a series of videos on YouTube actually called The Mechanical Universe that were put out a number of years ago by a physics professor at Caltech, and I'll go ahead and post some of those up there because he talks exactly about this kind of phenomena. So that's all I had to say. KG5P.
All right, thank you, Mike. And I'm going to stop it now because this is like time travel. Well, it is space-time, right? It's one word, space-time. It gets really confusing. By the way, and this is KE5ICX, to let everybody know, this isn't in our general announcements, but Cosmos is back. Cosmos, I think it's New World, I think is the name of the series. This second season that came out 3 years after the first season, but it is an homage to Carl Sagan and to his Cosmos series from, I think it was from 1976, I think it was, and then I brought it back a few years ago through Seth MacFarlane, and they were able to come up with over on National Geographic Channel, a second season that just premiered just last Sunday, so you can watch it there. I think it is also coming out on Fox Channel 4 locally here, but it will be later this year. So go look it up. If you've got cable, you can go watch it there. This is KE5ICX. I'm net control for tonight's Skynet. So we're going to go and move to the next section, which is space exploration and space history. Brenda, WB5OZL, you're up.
Thank you, World Control. This is WB5OZL. This week, we have a double Martian birthday. Born 185 years ago this week, Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli became famous for his telescopic observations of Mars in 1877. He discerned numerous linear surface patterns that he called canali, a word that means channels in Italian, but was widely mistranslated as canals. Canals are artificial structures, and that is just what the American astronomer Percival Lowell, born 165 years ago this week, believed he saw the more he observed and mapped Mars. He popularized a belief in the canals of Mars and their presumed builders that would last for nearly a century. Years of surface explorations by the Curiosity rover have convinced scientists that water did indeed once exist, though in a natural state on Mars. The image we have shows sedimentary deposits within Gale Crater. Another birthday, March the 9th, 1934, Yuri Gagarin was born. He was a Soviet Air Force's pilot and cosmonaut who became the first human to journey into outer space, achieving a major milestone in the space race. His capsule Vostok 1 completed one orbit of Earth on 12 April 1961. Gagarin became an international celebrity and was awarded many medals and titles, including Hero of the Soviet Union, his nation's highest honor. Sadly, he died in a MiG-15 crash at the age of 34. The cause of the crash is surrounded by controversy and conspiracies. You can go look it up. There's a lot that's written about it, a lot of speculation about that. There were a couple of Apollo astronaut birthdays this week. March 14th, 1934, Gene Cernan was born, and March 15th, 1932, Alan Bean was born. We have a couple of Uranus anniversaries this week. It was discovered on March 13, 1781 by William Herschel. It had been observed for years but thought to be a star. Herschel was convinced it was a comet and presented it as such to the Royal Society. Other observations by astronomers showed it to be a planet, and Herschel agreed with them after a couple of years. Consensus on its name was not reached for 70 years. Other suggestions, besides Uranus, included Herschel, Georgian Sidus, and Neptune. It was finally named Uranus, and there has been disagreement on its pronunciation. Uranus is a pronunciation I learned as a youth and still preferred by third graders. Uranus is preferred by astronomers, but according to Wikipedia, either is acceptable. On March 10th, 1977, rings were discovered around Uranus using the Kuiper Airborne Observatory. Herschel thought he saw a ring in 1789, but he could not confirm it. Albert Einstein was born March 14th, 1879. He was a German-born theoretical physicist who developed the theory of relativity, one of the two pillars of modern physics alongside quantum mechanics. His work is also known for its influence on the philosophy of science. He is best known to the general public for his mass-energy equivalence formula, E equals mc squared, which has been dubbed the world's most famous equation. He received the 1921 Nobel Prize for Physics for his services to theoretical physics and especially for his discovery of the law of the photoelectric effect, a pivotal step in the development of quantum theory. All right, back to net. This is WB5OZL.
Thank you, Miss Brenda, and this is KE5ICX and net control for tonight, Skynet. I'll tell you what, I'll take additional check-ins now. If you'd like to join us this evening, please come now with your call sign, name, where you're transmitting from.
Zero Mike Bravo Charlie, this is Shane on Echolink in Blue Springs, Missouri.
K5WSW.
Kilo 5, Whiskey Tango Hotel, William in Rowlett.
Kilo Golf 5, Quebec Victor Whiskey, Copel.
All right, I got several new call signs in there, so bear with me here. I got W0 Mike Papa Charlie, that's Shane, and Blue Springs, Missouri. Got that down. And then I got a new call, KF5 Whiskey, Sierra Whiskey, I think. Can I get your, hopefully I got your call sign right. If not, please correct me, your name and where you're transmitting from.
It's Kilo 5 Whiskey Sugar Whiskey, and the name is Sam, Sierra Alpha Mike. I'm in Euless, Texas.
Sam, okay. In Euless, Kilo 5 Whiskey, Sierra Whiskey, gotcha. And thanks for checking in. Glad to have you. I got K5WTH, that's William over in Rolette. And then I've got a new call as well. Kilo Golf 5 Quebec Victor Whiskey over in Copel. Can I get your name, please?
KG5QVW. Name is Joe.
Well, very good. Thank you for checking in, Joe. And I've got you on the list. We're up to 28. Not too bad early in this net. Let's see here. Oh my. We have Was Up with Chaz, KFIJHA. His event was washed out like everybody else's events have been washed out this week. So he's back for another edition of Was Up. Chaz, wash your hands. It's time for your part of the net. KF5JHA from KE5ICX.
Thank you, World Control. KE5ICX. Tom, thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Chaz, KF5JHA. My degrees in astrophysics. Ooh, the discussions going on earlier was awesome. I work at Brookhaven Community College, and we call this segment of Skynet Was Up. Remember that Skynet's not only available on the Dallas repeater 146.88 megahertz with a private line tone of 110.9, that's what you're listening to right now, but also available to hams across the world since this is world control, I guess, via Echolink. And most weeks, Skynet is also available on a video component, too. You can find the video links at w5fc.org website. So with radio, Echolink, video, I say Skynet's in 3D. Now, our friend Tony, he's on the air tonight in T5TM, says we're in 4D because we use the dimension of time. By the way, what goes on in the chat window at Echolink, that's really what's interesting right now, there's some stuff going on over there, is nothing to do oftentimes with what's going on the radio, and might not be what's going on with the video component. So to get the full 3D, or rather 4D version of Skynet, you must be monitoring all three areas at the same time. Amateur radio and amateur astronomy both have strong fellowship components where people meet and share common experiences. Amateur radio has an advantage where we can meet on the radio in addition to being in person. I'm glad that I became a part of the amateur radio community over 9 years ago. We continue to be able to group together where other communities are struggling to do so with this COVID-19 crisis. I'm glad that I have radio friends to be with me. Tonight, the sunset was at 7:34 p.m. Yeah, not like you saw it, with the clouds. Even before sunset, we could have seen Venus if it had been clear. Venus is the brightest object in the sky, other than the sun and the moon, and it is very easy to spot about halfway up in the western evening sky. In fact, Venus sets, I think, after 10 o'clock right now, so we could have gone out and looked at it right now if it was clear. A minor meteor shower, the Gamma Normids. I wonder if John knows about that up in Oklahoma. Peaks tonight, but it is primarily a southern hemisphere meteor shower. It would only have a rate of around 6 meteors per hour. Our next meteor shower will be the Leonids, which peak in the night of April 21st, 22nd, so we'll talk about that in about a month or so. The moon was full on March the 9th, so the current phase of the moon is a waning gibbous. The moon will be at its last quarter on March the 16th. The moon will be new on March 24th. Also, on March 24th, the moon will be at apogee with a distance of 406,690 kilometers. That reminds me, how do you know the moon is going broke? Because it is down to its last quarter. Yeah, I saw that, John. You answered that on Echolink. The next couple of weeks gives us many opportunities to do some sky watching if it ever clears off and it doesn't rain continuously. Early in the morning, around 5:30 a.m. on March the 18th, Jupiter, Mars, and the Moon will be in conjunction. Saturn will be just a little lower and to the left of that conjunction. On March 21st, around 6:45 a.m., the Moon will be just to the right of Mercury in the morning sky. Mercury is usually difficult to find in the twilight sky because it's so close to the Sun, but using the Moon as a guide makes finding Mercury much easier. Another nice conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter occurs on March 25th. Look for them around 5:45 a.m. in the morning sky, and you could see them clear up to twilight, which is much later now since we switched to daylight time. On March 28th, the Moon and Venus are close to each other. This gives us an opportunity to find Venus in the daytime sky before sunset. So, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on March 28th, start looking for the crescent moon high overhead. Look for Venus about 10 degrees to the northwest of the crescent moon. It'll be a guide. You can do this. I hope it's clear on that day. A couple days later, on March 31st, Saturn and Mars will be in conjunction in the early morning sky. You can look for them about 5:45 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And this is KF5 JHA, and this is Skynet. On March 19th at 10:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time is the moment of the vernal equinox. Last week I told you I would talk more about the vernal equinox, and here it is. The Earth revolves or orbits the Sun, and compared to the Earth's orbit, the Earth is tilted on its axis about 23.5 degrees. If we plot the path of the Sun in the sky over the course of the year, we see what is called the ecliptic. More on the ecliptic in just a moment. If we extend the Earth's equator out into space, it's what we call the celestial equator. This is the basis for the coordinate system in the sky. You should be familiar with the latitude and longitude on the Earth. Latitude is measured in degrees above and below the Earth's equator. The equator is 0 degrees. The north rotational pole is 90 degrees north, often written as a positive 90 degrees. And the south rotational pole is 90 degrees south, or often written as a negative 90 degrees. Longitude is divided by its beginning from the south-north line drawn through the center of the pier of the telescope at the Royal Observatory located in Greenwich, England. Why there? Back a long time ago, the Europeans were exploring the world. There was a competition between France and England for where the prime meridian would be placed. In other words, 0 degrees longitude. French wanted to go through Paris. England wanted to go through, England. I guess you know who won. We measure the longitude east and west from Greenwich, England, up to 180 degrees. West is often shown as a negative. East is often shown as a positive in longitude. The coordinate system in the sky is similar to that of the Earth. The celestial equator is the start of the celestial latitude. We call this declination. It is measured the same as latitude on the Earth, degrees above and below the celestial equator. The south celestial pole is 90 degrees south, or written as a negative 90 degrees. The north celestial pole is 90 degrees north, or written as a positive 90 degrees. Each degree is divided into 60 minutes, and each minute is divided into 60 seconds. Celestial longitude is called right ascension. Now, there is no England or France in the sky, so where do we start right ascension? There are 2 points in the sky where the path of the Sun, called the ecliptic, intersects the path of the celestial equator. The point where the Sun is traveling northward along the ecliptic and crosses the celestial equator is the beginning point of right ascension. This is 0 hours of right ascension. Right ascension is divided into 24 pieces we call hours. And each hour is divided into 60 minutes, and each minute is divided into 60 seconds. These are angular measurements, not time measurements. The Earth's axis of rotation does not always point in the same direction in the sky. It points at one of the places and then another place in the sky. It wobbles, just like a toy top. If we plot out the wobble of the Earth's axis of rotation, it looks like a circle in the sky. This wobbling motion is called precession. The Earth takes about 26,000 years to go through its precession circle just once. Because precession is such a long period of time, during our lifetime we won't really see any significant change. But precession causes the north rotational pole to point to different points over time. Right now, the star Polaris is almost directly at the Earth's rotational north pole. 5,000 years ago, when the Egyptians were building their pyramids, the North Star was Thuban, a star in Draco the Dragon. And about 13,000 years ago, the bright star Vega was the North Star, and it will be the North Star again in about another 13,000 years. This slow moving causes our coordinate system of right ascension and declination in the sky to slowly move over time. So when astronomers print a star map, we indicate what year or epoch the coordinate system is being used. Right now, most astronomers are using star maps with the year 2000 epoch. And this is KF5 JHA, and this is Skynet. to something more practical. We have a spring or vernal equinox and a fall or an autumnal equinox. Both of the equinoxes, the sun rises directly east and sets directly west on those 2 dates. The dates of the equinox vary by a couple of days due to our calendar having an extra day every 4 years. This calendar variation is the whole other discussion that Billy, KF5 PDS, had a couple of weeks ago on Skynet. Hope you listened to it. So, one more thing on Thursday, March the 19th, coming up this week, the year 2020. If it is clear, get up in time to watch the sun rise directly east. And in the evening, observe the evening sky for the sun to set directly west. The sun rises directly east and sets directly west. Again, only on 2 days during the year, the vernal equinox and the autumnal equinox. Okay, so don't forget that with this COVID-19 crisis, the Texas Astronomical Society of Dallas won't have telescopes set up somewhere in the Metroplex because of that. But check texasastro.org for details about when it might start happening again. And on March 27th, if the meeting isn't canceled at 7 p.m., the Texas Astronomical Society will have its next meeting, and the featured speaker is Lonnie Weege from Meade Telescope, speaking about his 17 years as a member of TASC and all the advancements in astronomy that he's seen. I've got 2 Meade telescopes. Do any of you out there in Radio Land have any questions or need a fill on any of the information, or do you have a general astronomy question? Don't know everything, but I might have an answer to your question. Come now with your call sign if you have a question.
KG5B. Question.
Well, thank you, Mike. Hey, I'm sure it's a great one. Go ahead.
Yes, it's a great question, and you're probably the only one that can answer this. My question is, what is an astronomical unit? What is an astronomical unit? That's my question.
I always heard it was a New York greeting. Hey, you.
Well, I guess that is one possible answer. My answer was, it's a really big apartment. Really big. I mean, like, big. Really big. KG5P.
That's funny. Why are apartments stuck together? I don't know. It's apartment. Okay. So as the moon wanes at the end of March, so do these words. Until next time, keep looking up so you know what's up. And this is Chaz, KF5JHA. Back to our world control, KE5ICX. Tom, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Chaz. I think there might have been a double. Was there another question out there? Please come with your call sign.
This is KI5HHP, and my question was, what 2 Meade telescopes does he have?
Oh, Chaz, please contact KI5HHP direct.
Thank you, HHP. Hey, I have a 10-inch light bridge Meade, but now I've got a bigger, that's a reflecting telescope, but now I've got a bigger reflecting telescope. I've got a 16-inch Explore Scientific. My other Meade I just acquired about a week or so ago. It is a 6-inch refracting telescope by Meade. Let me see if I can remember. A DLX 55, I think, is what the thing is. Anyway, I look forward to using it. Of course, with all the weather we've had, haven't been able to look through it. But of course, the 10-inch light bridge I have looked through. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. I have a small heat telescope, the 90 millimeter reflector.
If we ever get our next meeting off the ground on March 27th, we've got the meet representatives doing the talk. So, okay, back to you, Tom. KF5, JHA.
All right, very good. And thank you, Chaz, for that report. It's most appreciated. This is KE5ICX. I'm net control for tonight's Skynet. Let's see here. We've got Mike, KG5P. Was a little bit, I wasn't quite sure exactly what you were going to present, so I'm waiting for it. I wrote down the mysterious Venus, what's going on? Or it could be the mysterious Mike, what's going on? Mike, you got something for us this evening? KG5P from KE5ICX.
All right, thank you, Tom. KG5P. Well, I don't know what's going on over here, but we sort of have an idea what's going on on Venus, which we'll get into. This Venus, of course, is also the darling of SF fans, science fiction fans. Okay, so a couple of facts first, and I'm going to hold this to about 10 minutes. What time is it now? Yeah, I'm going to hold this at 10 minutes tops. Okay. So I'm going to start my timer here. Okay. Venus is about 67 million miles from the sun, about 2/3 the distance of the Earth, a little bit more. Diameter of 7,521 miles, so it's a little, slightly bit smaller from the Earth. It's 30 million miles beyond Mercury, and it looks more Earth-like since it's shrouded by an unbroken blanket of clouds. So, and we all know that about Venus because it's very easy to see, and the ancients knew about it, and it was all very mysterious even to the ancients because they couldn't see into its surface. So Venus has been mysterious to our species for a long time. Early astronomers figured out that Venus had an atmosphere, and they figured out that the reason that it's so bright in our skies is because it's completely covered with clouds. And you can see it tonight, very, very bright. Well, I mean, you could see it tonight if it weren't raining outside. Science fiction writers were very captivated by the idea, and as you know, they thought it was some kind of a swampy, jungle with dinosaurs and stuff living there, and also, Zsa Zsa Gabor and who knows what else. So, and it was also in the pulp magazines published back in the 40s. Of course, that was before my time, but not much. Okay, although we don't know what's going behind it, so we were so sure of Venus's habitability that the first missions that were sent by U.S. and the Soviets were designed for splash landings. Although in the 60s and the 70s, the Soviet Venera program sent multiple missions, and here's a few of those. In 1961, that was Venera 1. They lost contact. You got lost somewhere. Okay, on 1967, Venera 4 did get to Venus and did measure its atmosphere a little bit, then it failed. Okay, and in 1975, Venera 9 landed, and it was successful, but the probe lasted for less than an hour because of the pressure and the heat. Okay, on 1981, Venera 13 attempted the landing, and it actually was built to withstand pressures that would crush a car in seconds, and temperatures that would melt lead. So on the 1st of March 1982, the Soviets took the first color surface, and the probe collected data for 120 minutes. You've probably seen the photograph. What it found was the temperature was about 855 degrees Fahrenheit. The atmosphere was 96.5% carbon dioxide 96.5% CO2. And on our planet, it's about 0.05%. Okay, but when the scientists in these probes began to analyze the atmosphere, they found that Venus was much more welcoming than it is now. Although there is very little water in the atmosphere of Venus today, and certainly none on the surface, we have evidence that it once was wetter than it is today. In fact, there very well could have been oceans. And the reason we can tell that Venus has a lot of water, or lost a lot of water, is from the isotopic composition of hydrogen measured in its atmosphere. That's a clue that most of the water escaped long ago. So when Venus was young, it could probably have had enough water so that it had liquid water oceans. Alrighty, moving on. 4.4 billion years ago, Venus probably was very similar to Earth. It was just about the right distance from the sun. Liquid water was on the surface. Rivers flowed into shallow seas. So we think that when Venus was a young planet, it was very much like Earth, with a temperate climate, and possibly a place where even life could have formed. It's at least possible because it did on Earth during that time and under similar conditions. So what happened? Well, it so happens that the planet's habitability is tied up in the history of the sun. Where the planet is in relation to the sun is the key, but it's also the age of the sun, or the star that it goes around. And we very well understand the physics of suns, because when the star gets older, it becomes brighter. It brightens as it ages. So as the young, early sun warmed up, the radiation balance started to shift. Venus once may have had global oceans, but as the sun became warmer and warmer, the surface on Venus heated up gradually, and finally, over 2 billion years, as the nuclear reactions at the sun's core heated up, the sun began to glow brighter, and the increased energy output causes temperatures to rise, evaporating more water. So that means the hotter that it got, the more water that it is, and the more water vapor in the air, the more the radiation is blocked, and the more it heats up. And it's what they call a positive feedback mechanism. It runs away. Rain evaporates long before it hit the ground, and Venus's clouds grew thicker by the day. And finally, there were so many clouds that its surface was lost to space forever. So, in 1990, we had the Magellan probe, and we actually determined in 1990 what was, in fact, happening below the clouds. This is NASA's Magellan probe. It began to explore the planet from above. It was equipped with cloud-penetrating radar, and it was able to peer through the thick atmosphere. And what it discovered was a world covered in vast volcanic lava plains, and some of these mountains, which were extinct volcanoes, or maybe even active volcanoes, had names like Ushis Mons, Idan Mounds. Those are little tiny ones, only 1.6 miles high. Venus has some of the largest shield volcanoes seen anywhere in the solar system, including Mars. One is called MAT, M-A-A-T Mons. That sucker's 5 miles high. Okay, so Venus is actually the volcanic capital of the solar system. Has more extinct volcanoes scattered around its surface than any other planet. And we think that many of these volcanoes were active at the time Venus's atmosphere was being warmed by the early sun. Okay, the atmosphere of Venus was being fed volcanic gases, and a lot of these volcanic gases are greenhouse gases. So what's coming out of volcanoes today on Earth? Well, CO2, it's water vapor, it's methane, and these are all really strong greenhouse gases. So the early atmosphere of Venus was presumably being pumped full of these volcanic gases, and the atmosphere reached a tipping point, and a runaway greenhouse effect took hold. Its oceans vaporized. Once it lost the oceans, the CO2 built up over time, and the oceans were no longer present. They sucked the CO2 out of the atmosphere. At that point, the runaway greenhouse just took over, causing Venus to be, what it is today. Okay, the cracked surface now is even hotter than Mercury, the hottest of all the planets, and much closer to the sun. And as the brightness increases, these effects will fall across all the terrestrial planets. Okay, I'm just about got another minute and a half here, so I'm going to wrap it up. There's a couple things I didn't understand, and so I did some research. And one of the things is, why is the atmosphere so thick? Why is it 89 times as thick as the Earth, which is about equivalent to the ocean pressure at about 3,000 feet? Well, it's 96.5% carbon dioxide, which is dense. And the Earth has 97% hydrogen and 21% oxygen, but only 0.05% carbon dioxide. Venus would most likely have had more nitrogen, oxygen, even water when it formed, but what again happened was this runaway greenhouse effect that heated the planet up and releasing all the water to steam and gas. And this is coupled by its lack of magnetic field, which means that the hydrogen and the oxygen in the air were there was no protection from the solar wind, and so it split any water into hydrogen and oxygen, and these things were blown away, giving them enough energy by the solar wind to escape into space. Also, Venus does not have plate tectonics, which means that carbon dioxide is like it captured in rocks and it goes back into the mantle. Plus, like I mentioned, it had high volcanic activity. So I'm at the end of my time. I'm going to continue on next week, probably with the planet Mars, which is very, very similar in a lot of sense to Venus. So back to net, this is KG5P.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mike. And this is KE5ICX Net Control for tonight's Skynet. I'll take additional check-ins right now. If you'd like to join us, please come with your call sign, name, where you're transmitting from.
WT9V. Tom, why do you have a duck on your shirt?
Golf 5, Zulu Mike Golf, Joe in Arlington.
And 5 JJC, Mark and Wiley.
All right, let's see. I got three more. I got WT9V. That's Michael over in Richardson. I have a duck on my shirt because it's North Central Airlines, which was based in Detroit. That's where I came from. And how the conveyors used to fly in. So it's an old shirt. Well, it's not really an old shirt, but it is has everything to do with North Central Airlines. I've got KG5 is ZM Golf. That would be Joe in Arlington. I've got you in November 5, Juliet Charlie. That's Mark and Wiley. Boy, lots of new call signs tonight. Anyone else who'd like to join us this evening, please come down with your call sign. We're going to go ahead and end it now because we're running out of time. But I want to thank everybody who checked in this evening. Tonight we had 31 hams who checked in. Thank you for all who participated. We hope you join us here next week and every Saturday night at 9 p.m. to discuss astronomy, space, and space exploration. On this net, the sky is visible, and we're always looking for net control stations for this and all the other DARC nets. If you'd like to try your hand at it, it's actually kind of fun. Contact any of the net controls by sending an email to nets@w5fc.org. You can follow topics and discussion about this net, astronomy in general, on Facebook and Twitter, as well as our audio-video feeds, video archives, and other useful internet resources by going to whiskey5friedchicken.org at the end of this net. Until next Saturday night, this is Kilo Echo 5, India Charlie X-Ray, Tom, and I'll be closing the net at 22:30 local time and returning the repeater to normal amateur use. Now, you want to know when exactly? Well, almost amateur use. Come back in 10 minutes and we will discuss tonight's movie, which is Planet of the Apes. No bloody A, B, C, or D, 1, 2, 3, and 4 beyond, before, or conquest of any of that. We're talking about the original movie, Planet of the Apes. The Pierre Boulez story with, written by Rod Serling. The teleplay or the screenplay was written by Rod Serling. Yeah, that Rod Serling, Mr. Twilight Zone. Back in 5. This is KE5ICX. I'm clear for now. I have been told on chat that I said 10 minutes. I said 5 minutes, actually 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 54 seconds. Get your key, because you're going to need it. 3 minutes, 47 seconds. KE5ICX.
Who's counting KF5QDQ?
Eric, apparently everybody who's listening.
Maybe you and your mouth need to have a talk, because you said 10.
Minutes, 48 seconds.
Yeah, I had a 5-minute timer set, and then you said 10 minutes. I'm like, no, he's changing things. Why is he doing this to me?
Two minutes, 22 seconds.
Michael, he said 10 first, then he corrected it later to 5.
maybe so, but that was too late. I'd already set the timer. So, he can vamp for 5 minutes. Nah, I'll do it.
He was just doing that to confuse you. We all know that. We do understand. The SIN-5 IMS.
It's not like it's all that difficult. WT9V.
One minute, 33 seconds.
Well, that's about what I had on my timer after I corrected it the second time. Don't you need to go powder your nose, Tom?
One minute, 7 seconds, and I've got 12 seconds to powder my nose.
We wouldn't want it to be all shiny on camera now, would we? WT9V. Yeah, this production needs like a director, one of those people that count down on their fingers and point. But apparently we don't have one of those. So I'll just fake it. Oh, look what time it is. It's time to gather safely at a distance from everyone else during these uncertain times and have a little fun flaying or praising a movie. This one's a furry beast of a movie, though, it must be said, a surprisingly well-groomed one. It is now time to hearken back to the heady days of the early 20th century, when everyone would huddle around the new Marconi wireless and receive their entertainment that way, instead of hopping in that newfangled horseless carriage and going down to the speakeasy and risk having their night ruined by the likes of Elliot Ness and his ilk. So gather round, my friends, and we'll see what we can come up with tonight in response to our very simian level of entertainment that we've been enjoying of late. However, admonish everyone to please refrain from flinging poo. And yes, that means you too, Brenda. Anyway, now that I've hopefully rambled long enough, hopefully, for all y'all to get settled and Tom to finish powdering his nose and organize your thoughts for this, the one, the only, Afterglow Movie Net, I suppose I'll move on to the boilerplate. Although if you ask people or ask Google what boilerplate is, it won't list this until the third definition. Yes, I used that last time, but it's my net and I like it, so no complaining. Here we go. As usual, tonight, we'll discuss a movie. Usually discussing, in theory, the plot, characterization, special effects, and whatever else. That is, assuming we can even stay reasonably close to the topic and not stray onto other movies, TV shows, vacations, where we can find toilet paper, or how much fun we had at last week's field day. Once again, I should take that out because that was like 2 months ago now. Mr. Tom lets us know what movie to watch ahead of time, so that we'll have time to make notes and prepare snappy commentary for Saturday night, i.e. now. If you're not on the notification list, grab your pen and paper, remember those, or your handy computer, yes, even the one that most of us have in our pockets these days, and then go to Afterglow Movie, 2 words, And just for someone, you know who you are, that criticized me recently, Afterglow is one word, and movie is another word. 2 words. On Facebook, and sign up. Or send an email to the glorious Mr. Tom at ke5icx@yahoo.com, and he'll put you on the list. The list, I say. And you don't even have to bribe him, but it never hurts, so he tells me. Me being WT9V. There, I ID'd, so the FCC is happy. Y'all can quit picking on me. So, let's see. Here's what we have on tap tonight. I could read that, but I'm not gonna. Originally intended as a project for Blake Edwards, the film version of Pierre Boulez's semi-sarcastic, semi-satiric, I read this earlier, semi-satiric sci-fi novel came to the screen in 1968 under the directorial guidance of Franklin J. Schaeffer. Charlton Heston is George Taylor, one of several astronauts on a long, long space mission whose spaceship crash lands on a remote planet, seemingly devoid of intelligent life. Soon, the astronaut learns that this planet is ruled by a race of talking, thinking, reasoning apes who hold court over a complex, multi-layered civilization. In this topsy-turvy society, the human beings are grunting, inarticulate primates, end up like animals. When ape leader Dr. Zaius discovers that the captive Taylor has the power of speech, he reacts in horror and insists that the astronaut be killed. But sympathetic ape scientist Cornelius and Dr. Zira risk their lives to protect Taylor and to discover the secret of their planet's history that Dr. Zaius and his minions guard so jealously. In the end, it is Taylor who stumbles on the truth about the planet of the apes. Damn you! Damn you! God damn you all to hell! Scripted by Rod Serling and Michael Wilson, Planet of the Apes has gone on to be an all-time sci-fi and/or camp classic. It won a Special Academy Award for John Chambers' convincing and, from all accounts, excruciatingly uncomfortable simian makeup. It spawned 4 successful theater sequels, as well as 2 TV series, 1 live action, and 1 animated. Please note, as an aside, when I was first reading through that, I skipped a line, and what I got was, Charlton Heston is seemingly devoid of intelligent life, which strangely fits. Insert rim shot here. Please come now with your call sign. Yeah, I'm going to make comments about what I'm looking at on the screen on Tom's video right now in a bit. But please come down with your call sign, name, location, whether or not you want to tell us that you saw the movie. I mean, actually, it was a pretty good movie. This is WT9V, and I'm all ears.
November 5, India, Mike Sierra, JJ in Carrollton. And you probably have a nose as well as ears, so you're not all ears.
Yes, but did you see the movie?
Ah, yes. I saw the movie. The whole, almost 2 hours worth.
KI5HHP.
And your name, and did you see the movie, please?
Stephen in Louisville. Yes, I actually saw that movie in the theater when it was first released.
Echo 5, India, Charlie X-Ray, Tom. I saw the movie, and yes, I saw it in the theater. Oh. KE5I6.
Kilo, Foxtrot 5, Tango, Sarah Kilo, Berlin, Dallas. I did see the movie. You know, one thing that's really strange is Tom has always had Braniff as his airline, but He has a picture on him in front of a Delta airline, but now he's North Central Airline. What a change. KF5TSK back to net.
I'll interrupt right here because I'm net control. I can do that. He just likes airlines. It's not necessarily Braniff, although I think he does have several Braniff t-shirts. But nod your head if I'm right, Tom. Anyway, check-ins, more check-ins. Check-ins, please. Form an orderly line, no pushing.
This is Whiskey Bravo 5, Oscar Zulu Lima. Name is Brenda. I'm in DeSoto. Yes, I saw the movie. I saw it back then in the theater, and I saw it last night. And Tom has many, many shirts with airplanes on them. You have no idea.
November Tango 5, Tango Mike. Tony in Dallas, and yes, Aaron and I saw the movie.
Kilo 5, Alpha November Echo, this is Kane, and yes, I saw the movie.
November 5, Mike Charlie. Mike, yes.
Okay, I'll pause and see if anybody on Echolink wants to check in. Although I'm watching Echolink. Anybody on Echolink specifically want to check in? Now is your turn.
Kilo Golf 5, Bravo, Zulu Whiskey, J. Noel, and I saw it.
Anybody else? Any mode. Carrier pigeon, Echolink, RF. If you can get it to me, I'll check you in.
Kilo Igloo 4, Charlie Bravo Mary. Jonathan out of Grand Prairie. Did not see that movie recently. I have seen it in the past, though.
Okay, I didn't get that call sign right. Could you give it to me again, please? John, I didn't catch your call sign. Could you give it to me again, please?
Equipment, I don't.
Did anybody else catch his call sign? Okay, John, one more time. Key up. Wait a couple of seconds. Give me your call sign, please. Okay, maybe not. Well, I'll read who I have. I have JJ, Stephen, Tom, Earl, Brenda, Tony, Kane, Mike, and Jay. You all know what your call signs are. Did I miss anybody? I'll pretend like I didn't. N5IMS. I don't know why I wrote NTIMS, but I know your call sign is N5IMS. What do you have to say? Take it away, JJ, from WT9V.
Well, let's see. This is N5IMS. First off, you missed Bill, N5BB. He's chatting there on Echolink, trying to get your attention to say me. Make sure you check him in. So now that's taken care of. Let's see. Back to the movie. Well, let's see. I think this was a good movie. Had good actors. A good script. Everything that this net generally tries to avoid. This movie seemed to have. So I think all in all, it was good. Being we're talking about the plot, it basically was a take on, the man basically evolved from apes. It kind of turns that on its head, where apes evolved from man, and kind of shows just how, when you're top rung of the ladder, like the apes were in the movie, you look down on the lower creatures, such as man in the movie, and you basically misbehave them. You do everything you can really to make their life miserable. You lead them around on leashes and whatever. Well, let me reset. And basically just show your superiority to them. And of course, both sides evolve so that eventually the doctors, they understand that, hey, this man, even though we believed that he was a lowly creature, he actually does have intelligence and things. So you've got them growing, and of course then it shows that the kind of the high priestess or priest, whatever, of them had already known that their thoughts on that was really wrong, and that they evolved from man, who may have evolved from apes, but we have to keep the order correct because it might upset our place in the world. So you had all of that, and the astronauts do move up and kind of show their independence and help the migration and help the people understand the way the order in theory is supposed to be, at least based on the astronauts' point of view, where man is superior. So you've got those issues, and then they escape and go back and kind of prove it to the the priest, who admits that all right, I knew that already, but we got to keep it quiet. We don't want to disrupt things. And so then the astronaut and the girl that he picked up in there to try and, in theory, be able to build a new race of men. Let me reset. So that on the sequels where you've got the battles of Return to and all the other stuff, basically preparing for the sequel, having them riding off down the beach to the final scene, which is straight out of Spaceballs, with the exception of having Spaceballs come out of her nose. But you have the apes on horseback riding up. In this case, it was the men and woman on horseback riding up to see the Statue of Liberty, and having them realize that, okay, this is Earth, and we basically blew ourselves up, causing the apes to get in there. So hopefully that's not too big of spoilers, and I basically got it right. So bring it back to net. Let me know what I missed and left out. This is N5 IMS.
Well, thank you, JJ. It almost sounds like you watched the movie and took notes, which is better than I did, other than a few snarky comments that I made the first, third. And then I got distracted. KI5HHP, Stephen, what do you have to say about this movie? The plot, specifically, for Planet of the Apes, WT9V.
Well, when I was a kid, when I saw it the first time in the theater, and I've liked it ever since. I think it's pretty interesting that, it kind of involves travel through space and travel through time as well. Interesting that Dr. Zayas has known all along that man is not to be trusted and is a dangerous creature. And of course, the rise of the apes comes because the two Dr. apes end up traveling in time and having their little baby, Caesar, which is an intelligent chimpanzee, and he ends up creating the race of apes and revolting against mankind. In the sequels.
Are you done? I'll assume you're done since you're not saying anything else, but if you would give your call sign at the end so that I know you're finished and I can pick up my microphone. Tom, KE5ICX, Mr. Ex-President. How's the view from San Clemente these days?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I have my own 707 300 Intercontinental here at the house. It's very small, though, unfortunately. Only small ants can get in it. All right. I think, quite frankly, this is a really good film. I read the Pierre Boulez book, back when I was in junior high school, so it's been a long time since I've read the book, although I would read it again. In the story, originally, in the book, this took place on another planet. And it had this kind of like parallel thing going on, and Taylor has to learn the simian language in the process, and he is less of an outsider. There's not suppression about what happened in the past as much as there is curiosity that occurs. But that was changed when Rod Serling was brought in to write the script. I'm sure he was influenced by it, Mr. Twilight Zone himself, and he does the twist ending with the Statue of Liberty, which is well known. So I thought that was quite interesting, and that's very Rod Serling of him to do that. And Pierre Boulez even came out and said, gosh, I wish I had come up with that kind of an ending. So it is what it is in that sense. It is sarcastic. It is a satirical look at society and what would happen if humans were displaced, and that is mentioned. And part of it is that all the ailments of mankind are supplanted by, in this case, apes who do exactly the same thing. And there's a very sardonic approach to that, and that carries on with the rest of the series after this, and even into the new series, which we watched with Rise of the Planet of the Apes last week. So you see a lot of that. Let me reset. Science fiction does its best job, whether it be in literary form or radio or television, when it takes and it reflects on our current society. And at 1968, of course, we had the Vietnam War and the protests and everything that went along with that. We had race relations that were going down the tubes. We had a lot of things that were going on. And this movie does directly reflect on those sensibilities that were going on then. And I think to a certain extent we come back to that every, half a century, and we're kind of living through that again to a certain extent. And I think that's why Rise of the Planet of the Apes actually worked out quite well last week, even though we thought it was more about characters than it was story. In this case, we reverse it. It's more about story than it is characters, although characters do play into it. So I found it refreshing. I've not seen the movie in a couple of years. I think we watched it 2 or 3 years ago and then had a discussion about it here on this net. But I consider it one of the iconic films of science fiction. It was well done. The screenplay was excellently portrayed. And I have comments about music and all that stuff going forward. But overall, I thought it was tremendously interesting and well done. And yes, I saw it in the movie theater too. Big screen. Back to you, Net Control. KD5I6.
So many things that I just thought I probably shouldn't say after that noise. And KF5TSK, Burl, enlighten us. Tell us whether Tom's right or not. This is WT9V.
This is KF5TSK. The first thing I will say is one of the versions of the movie that I looked at was 3 hours, and I was like, ouch, this will take my whole afternoon to watch this. But I found a version that was 2 hours, which kind of cut out, well, not much, but it's still 2 hours, but it was still too long, so many battles and didn't really, I guess, lead up to much or really, develop any characters. Just too long in too many ways, and all the escape attempts, and it's like instead of leaving the city, he tries to go back in the city, and it's like, where is he going? Tom really had a good, I guess, positive of everything, but I had seen it before, but to sit and watch, try to watch for 2 hours was a lot to expect. KF5TSK back to that.
Sorry. Sounded articulated as Tom's last comment. WP50ZL, Brenda, your turn. WT9V.
Thank you. This is WB50ZL. I hate to say I like this movie, but I do. I shouldn't. It's pretty dumb. Always was. I wasn't such a big fan of it back in the day when it was new, but, it's sci-fi, so what can you say? In so many of our sci-fi movies, we are really asked to suspend disbelief a lot, and this one is no different. We are supposed to accept the fact that these primates, and by the way, there are 3 different primates in this movie: orangutans, gorillas, and chimpanzees. Just the idea that they would live together in a cooperative society seems a little unreasonable, and wearing clothes and speaking 20th century English and recognizing 20th century printing. It's a stretch. It really is. And you're gone thousands of years, and your food supply is still good, and your water is still good, and your weapons. I'm having trouble with that. A lot of time was wasted on their silly arguments. Didn't care for that. But Charlton Heston is very appealing. You see why he's a star. So they had all of these inventions like the wheel, and they rode horses. But there were a lot of things that you would think that they would have in that time that they don't. So it's kind of, to me, it's kind of inconsistent. All right, I'm going to have more to say later. This is WB5OZL.
Brenda, I told you not to go flinging poo, and you went and did it anyway. Tisk. 85 TM. Tony. I don't know if you have to run to the other side of the house or anything, but this is your warning. You told me you had to do that one time. I don't know if that's a regular occurrence or just a once-in-a-while thing. So now's your turn, Tony, from WT9V.
I used to, but I try to do better now. I've got a temporary radio set up with my Racy's battery and my Racy's antenna, so I can sit here in the dining room where Aaron can hear me and hopefully not run back and forth as much. It's not as far. Now, last week, but thank you for that warning. I really appreciate that because you never know. I could be portable and having to run some weeks. Last week, everyone talked about why they liked the movie, and I agreed with them, and most of those same things about all the screen time, we got to know the characters and how well differentiated they were, is why I hated it, because we had all that screen time, and yet they were all just Hollywood archetypes. And Brenda actually kind of hit the nail on the head when she criticized the movie by talking about how it was actually kind of dumb or kind of simple. But see, here I always go off in a different direction. That's why I like it. This was a movie that combined some relatively simple characters who nevertheless were very clearly differentiated and given really strong motivations. The iconoclasts, Dr. Zira, who's really our Galileo or Copernicus in this movie, Dr. Zaius, who might as well be Pope Urban VII, was it? I can't quite remember. We have these archetypes, and so in a sense the characters are all simple, but yet because these archetypes represent very old and traditional philosophical concepts, here Aaron and I are still arguing about a movie we've already finished watching. She sympathizes more with Dr. Zaius and his need to protect the society. And of course, I want to be the scientist. I want to just tear it all down. If there's one lie at the core of society, I just want to blow it up. So, of course, I'll have more to say later about the wonderful cinematography and the characters and the score and the wonderful way in which the sound was mixed. I liked all those things. For now, I really just want to emphasize that this plot works because it is partly very simple. I mean, we have this stranger in a strange land who's struggling against all these inhabitants, and he's in a lot of trouble. But it ties into things that humans have been talking about for thousands of years. One of my favorite pre-Socratic philosophers was Xenophanes of Colophon, and one of his most famous remarks was that, if cows had gods like we did, their gods would look like cows, and if lions had gods like we did, their gods would look like lions. And of course, here we see that same philosophy continued. The apes believe that society was created by an ape and ordained in the image of an ape, because that's really what intelligent beings like us are just prone to believing. They're held up as a mirror to us in the same mistakes that we make. And so I love that this movie gets us talking about these deeper questions. And it was made at a very difficult time. This was not even 1970. This was 1968 when it came out, which means it was being worked on and produced earlier. This was in an era when men all had buzz cuts and criticizing the government would cost you your job, and you couldn't imply that the Cold War was bad because, well, the Cold War is beautiful. And here they were saying, maybe there are some deeper issues here. Maybe we're all just acting out our programming, and maybe the programming is not perfect. I took pages and pages of notes from things we said, but mainly I'm just so proud that we're all talking, because this was not just a simple Hollywood movie, although it was a highly, it was a well-made, big-budget movie with high production values. This was a movie that combined some simplicity with some deep questions about archetypes that people have been talking about for a long time, about the function of society, and is the goal of government to protect us from ourselves, or should each society be pursuing its own interests in opposition to all the others? And as Aaron mentions, how we treat lessers, how we worry about, birds and dogs and cats and apes and all these things around us that we disregard of as animals, and we don't take their needs very seriously. So I'm really proud that we have a movie here that brings up all these questions, and I know I've talked too long. I apologize. NT5TM.
Oh, you have not talked too long. You can talk as long as you like. I encourage people such as yourself that have very interesting thoughts to say as much as you want. But I'll let you, since you've already turned it back, I'll move on to Kane, and you can have as much time as you want in the next round. K5ANE, Kane, what you got for us tonight?
I first saw this movie when I was probably like 5 or 6 or something like that, and I understood that it was this, highly respected sci-fi and, a big deal for its time, and, at the time I was just, oh, okay, it's kind of a neat movie, I guess. Kind of boring. Lots of talking scenes and stuff, not exactly super great. And then I hadn't really seen it again and hadn't really paid it too much attention since, that time. And watching it this weekend, I realized just how political this movie is and how many political topics are talked about. And especially now as an older person that's, watched lots of other films, I actually kind of find it interesting, the parallels in the courtroom scene to Inherit the Wind, of all things, where they're, essentially in a courtroom debating science and evolution and things like this, and having some kind of legal debate about it, and, what are rights and all that kind of jazz. Let me reset. All in all, pretty good movie, though. I did enjoy it, although you can definitely age the movie by just the overall style of it and things like that, especially with the long intro credits with the somewhat campy music going on and flashes of lights and things like that, very abstract kind of thing, which definitely kind of puts it, in that kind of style of a Hollywood movie at that time period, I think. So I'll give it back to you, Net Control, K5ANE.
Thank you very much. And since this is your first time on one of my nets, even though you were here last week, welcome and such, things like that. N5, MFC, Mike, what do you have to say about the plot of Planet of the Apes?
Well, I've always wondered at the very ending where they blew them all up. I mean, for all we know, it could have been a natural disaster or anything. It's a very short clip where he just jumps to the conclusion that humanity destroyed itself. And that's really the only problem I have with the whole movie. N5MMC.
Alrighty. Jay, somewhere near Weatherford. How is near Weatherford these days? Is it as wet and booky as it is over here? Anyway, KG5BGW, this is WT9V. Over to you.
Good evening, this is KG5BGW, Net. Planet of the Apes, 1968. Yeah, this is a movie where everything that doesn't make sense, and there are number of things that doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm echoing my previous comments I've said when we last did it, but hopefully I'm going to put it differently. I think that it's a case where the rule of awesome applies. So, it's like, the plant, they literally pick up this foreign plant, this alien life form. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't pick up a plant if you didn't know if it was, like a poison ivy or whatever. And they just randomly picked this plant up to make them for a comet. And that comet, like you referred to later in the time, you alluded to in the tribunal about, where there's one, there's more and more and more, paraphrasing here. And it's like everything that I could think of that really kind of doesn't make sense. It's kind of, it serves a purpose for some other purpose, and that purpose is kind of awesome. This is why I'm saying the rule of awesome applies here. The kiss scene, that isn't the thing. That's completely out of, not the kiss scene between the apes. Johnson Heston, Taylor, and I forget her character, but it's like, well, it was just, just so they could add that commentary. Oh, but you're so damn ugly, and it's like that commentary works. And somehow English hasn't. We learned it, later in the film about it, being the homeworld, but then somehow English hasn't. English hasn't changed. Well, yeah, but okay. So if we actually had that, we'd have a whole lot longer movie. And comment on, I don't know what Pearl watched. Like this, I don't know what Pearl watched, but because this film is an hour 50 minutes. That's almost. Maybe it was 2 hours, but it was under 2 hours. Anyway, there's just so much of it. They squeezed in so much into this film, and you almost have to, just kind of.
Jay? Where'd you go, Jay?
Hello?
In a bit. Or the next time around. I will ask if there's any more people that would like to check in at this point. Please come now. Call sign, name, whether you saw the film, what your thoughts are, yada, yada, yada.
November 5, Bravo, Bravo. Bill, back in here on RF. I did see the film, and I do want to comment.
Kilo Mike 5 Lima, I saw Patrick in Dallas, saw the film, and have a comment.
Alrighty, that's good. We picked up 2 more. N5BB and I believe KM5L. Is that correct?
That's correct, Patrick in Dallas.
Alright, Patrick, thank you very much. We'll go to Bill first and see what he has to say about this. I won't call it fine because that's what we usually use for the crap. This film, this good film from WT9V.
Thank you, Michael. This is Inside BB. So I'm going to make a statement, as I've made about some other films, that I think a lot about this film reflects when it was written and when it came out. The story was written in, I believe, 1963, and they tried to come up with scripts during the 60s, but the film was released for public release, general release, on April the 3rd, 1968. I was in middle school. I was in the 8th grade. And most of you probably don't have any idea what happened to happen on April the 3rd, 1968. That was the day that Martin Luther King Jr. gave his I've Been to the Mountaintop speech in Memphis, Tennessee. The following day, unfortunately, he was assassinated. So this movie was written and came out right during all the civil rights marches and push and everything in the United States and in some other countries. So, if you just think about the movie and think about civil rights, it's really obvious. Just like a lot of the other things that Rod Serling touched, it had a whole lot to do about the times and trying to put a political statement, which is what civil rights was, into a movie, slipping it in there rather than just coming out and making a completely political movie. So if you view the movie that way, it's quite a bit different than if you view it as just a science fiction story devoid of when it was written. Many of the stories, science fiction stories that were written in the late 40s, but in particular the 50s and the 60s, things about civil rights and other related topics that were occurring, sexual topics and other topics like that, were big in the stories because they were big in real life and what was going on in the news out there every day. So I just wanted to point that out. In fact, BB, that's all I got for now.
Alrighty, Bill. And that brings us to Patrick, KM5L. What you got for us, Patrick, from WT9B?
Yeah, sorry about the delay. Hey, Mike, let's see. And I resonate. I think this might be my first time on this particular net. I'm not sure. I resonate with Bill. Bill's a little bit older than me, not much. I was 8. I do remember seeing the premiere and or the first release, and I didn't understand that there were any kind of political things at that time because I was 8, and the movie was kind of crazy. It was fun to me because I was a kid, and the apes could have been giraffes as far as I was concerned. There was nothing there other than just face value. So I do remember at the end of the movie, close to the end, when the Statue of Liberty was, in shambles, that shocked me, and just really, I remember kind of almost physically did something to me. Just at the time in that era, we were still living in a nuclear fear. I mean, a deep nuclear fear. We were still in that era, and so. I just remember that just particularly bothered me. But other than that, I saw it many years later. In fact, I saw it a few months ago, and I did pick up on all of the nuances that were mentioned. So that's about it. Thanks, Kilo Mike 5 Lima.
Well, I don't know if this is the first time you've been on Afterglow, but it's certainly the first time I remember you being on the net when I was in charge of things. Sorry. Once in a while, the heady power gets to me. Any other check-ins for this round? Anybody else out there that would like to throw your hat into the ring? Please come now. Okay, I'll take that as a maybe later. So I once again, don't have anything anywhere near as interesting as any of the things that were already brought up. And I'm not nearly as good as Tom is about making notes about other things other people think. Oh, sometimes. But there wasn't really much I could, pick on other than Brenda this time. But I did have a few little one-liners that might be amusing. Spaceflight seems to make people age slower. Charlton Heston certainly doesn't look like he's aged a day. 20 million light years away, and they crash land in Monument Valley. I'm thinking that they should have rolled up the windows before they went through the spaceship wash. Just that was what I thought. All that water spraying in. And yes, I see you texting me, Brenda, but I'll get to you in a minute. Supplies inventory. 1, pistol and ammo. Most important thing taken care of, apparently. And then they didn't even use them. And then, water check. I mean, weren't they on a lake? These people are stupid. And what was it Tom keeps saying about stupid astronauts in movies? He's pretty stupid. Oh, and I laughed at the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil tribunal. I did run out of notes. I kind of watching the movie. Forgot to take notes. Until the end, where I was going to say that I found it highly unlikely that the Statue of Liberty would, A, survive that long. Frankly, it's not that well built, which is why they had to rebuild part of it recently. And B, I said something that's amused Tom. He's over there just hiding his face. And B, that there would be a cliff next to it. Where did that come from? Let's see. I did find something else. I found a ranking of Planet of the Apes movies in order by whoever ranked it. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes from 2014, number 1. Planet of the Apes from 1968, number 2. War for the Planet of the Apes, number 3, from last week. Conquest of the Planet of the Apes from 1972. Hold on a second. I can't see for some reason. Okay. Much better. Thank you very much for your patience. Let's see, I said, okay. 5, Rise of the Planet of the Apes from 2011. Number 6, Stop the Planet of the Apes, I Want to Get Off, which was a Simpsons episode. Number 7, Escape from the Planet of the Apes from 1971. Beneath the Planet of the Apes from 1970. Planet of the Apes from 2001, which apparently was really bad. And the worst of all, Battle for the Planet of the Apes from 1973. And apparently, there's yet another one in the making by the mouse. In 5IMS, it's your turn for characterization.
All right, being they did have good stars, I really did enjoy the characterization. I mean, you had professionals doing a professional job, so that was good. That they knew their character, they did their characters well. Can't really complain about that. Admittedly, there was some kind of wonky things that you could complain about if you like complaining, which most of us do. So won't argue at that point. But it seemed like there was all of the battles with the ropes and the nets and what have you going in there, and it seemed like in one scene they're able to very easily compensate for that and do whatever, but another scene, those same people are just totally flustered by it, so just seems a bit weird. but I did enjoy the characters. The cast was good. It seemed like it was well cast. Everybody played their parts correctly. And let me reset, and then I'll get to one part that's kind of personal to me. All right. Well, I guess not fully personal, but it's family related. Let's see. You had Charlton Heston, who was in The Greatest Story Ever Told. He was in Airport. He was in, just almost half a dozen movies that you can think of just offhand. He was in them. The one that I think of the best was probably one of his least popular movies. Was filmed down there in New Orleans, where I lived at the time. And my sister had her best friend at the time lived down the street, and her dad was a coach for the Saints. Well, this movie that Charlton Heston was doing ended up being called Number One. It had several different names during the filming, and they kept changing up the plot and everything, so it was kind of hard to keep track of, what was going on with it. But he was a quarterback for the Saints in the film. The Saints had, a lot to do with it, and being, my sister was good friends with the daughter of one of the Saints coaches. They got to go down there, and they were extras in several scenes. Well, my sister talks quite kindly and highly about being babysat by Charlton Heston when they were doing scenes, and Charleston was not on scene, and they didn't need, the girls to be there for extras. So, he basically was given charge of them, or put in charge of them, to basically keep them out of trouble, because neither of them had yet turned 18, so they needed somebody to watch them to be in there. So it was, fun knowing that Charlton Heston was babysitting your older sister. So I really enjoyed that. So let me get back to net to N5 IMS.
Thank you. And that brings us around to GAC 5 HHP, Stephen in Louisville. What do you have for us about characterization?
GAC 5 HHP, this is Stephen. Not really much. I liked all the characters. It was kind of a campy movie, but I liked the characters. I don't have a problem suspending disbelief to watch something like that and enjoy it. Yeah, 5HHP, back to you.
Thank you, sir. And that brings us around to guess who? It's the Duckman from WT9V.
Oh, jeez. No call signs, nothing. This is KE5ICX. I'll take the spot now. Let's see. Characterization. Well, what's interesting about these films, and is true of science fiction films in general, is the people that really end up, the actors who really take a shining role in everything, is not the humans. It's always the non-humans. In this case, the apes. So you had James Whitmore, who was quite good in this thing. You had Roddy McDowell, who was a well-established actor and well-known at the time. Let's see, who else did you have? Lou Wagner was good as the kid. He came back and did other films. He's a B-list actor, but I always liked him in what he did in television back in the late 60s and early 70s. Let's see. The characterization was reasonably well done. One of the best things about being a character actor or being an actor behind makeup in this particular case is the more human you act, the more believable you appear. That's really interesting and kind of lazy in a way when you think about it. Let me reset. When you think about it, the actors who actually do fairly well in movies of science fiction genre with heavy makeup are the ones that appear to be most human. They're the ones that have to push through the makeup and create a character that is believable, which isn't as hard to do as it might seem in the sense of voice. Can do their voices work. Max von Sydow, who just died last week, is a great actor when it comes to voice and being able to create a credible character, and he was very often in heavy makeup. So this is no exception to it, and it's aptly handled by, juggernauts like James Whitmore, and Roddy McDowall is loved as a character actor, and indeed played Roddy McDowall in monkey makeup, or whatever you want to call it, the makeup, and did a credible job. He went back and played the role several times after that. But of course, he was playing Roddy McDowall. So I don't know. Now, to the characterizations, again, the hierarchical thing that they did with the storyline and how the characters act, and the bombastic, what was it? I'm trying to think. I don't remember who played the main ape guy from the Gorillas. He was overpowering, I guess, in the characterization. God, how do you describe this in the scheme of things? Chuck, hang on a second. Let me think for a second. So you got Chuck Heston. He goes on and he does this whole thing and is trying to be bigger than life. But in the end, he is the character that doesn't win out through 3/4 of the movie until at the end he ends up being the guy that makes the decisions and all of that. I have to think about, and going back to how the characters all play out, because in the end this is really just kind of a juxtaposition type of thing going on, and the plot, I think this was mentioned earlier, the plot isn't overly overbearing and particularly complex, except it has layered storyline going on as far as how the characters all act and interact and all of that, playing somewhat stereotypes to the whole thing. And I guess what I'm having trouble with all of this is that how deep were the characters really? The answer is not very. What we did instead was kind of substitute in our own reality for the non-reality that we were watching, and realize that we're kind of watching a parody or a metaphor of society at the time. And I guess maybe that's what I'm grabbing for in all of this is was this a particularly spectacular film, story-wise and plot-wise and characterization? No. But did the characters act as proxies through what was going on in 1968? You betcha they did. Did the story follow through with that? Yes, it certainly did. Does that make it a really good film? Yes. The some parts did not make up the total, except that the total was better and has become a classic film and will continue to be going forward. And it is an inspiration for many films afterwards, dystopia, and even the Planet of the Apes films even see a restoration of what originally happened. But Planet of the Apes was the first, and it was done with this knowledge in place, and they did it exceptionally well, I thought. So, then on plot, then on characterization, somewhat, but everybody pulled it off, both from a storyline, from a characterization, and finally with I think the execution, even technically, which we'll get to later. All right, I'm going to shut up now because I've already said the same thing like 3 times. KE5ICX.
But somehow you managed to say it slightly different each time, so it was still entertaining, and it sounded like you were pulling things from the far reaches of your head, I guess. Something like that. Okay, F5TSK, Mr. Burl, what do you have for us about characterization from WT9V?
This is KF5TSK. I would say that all of the characters, really played their part, really made the story interesting. One of the things about the movie was their scrolls, that they had a scroll that explained whatever they wanted to explain. And it made me wonder if they were making fun at the Dead Sea Scrolls, which, only certain people get to see, or, it's like, well, there's a big virus coming, and we know it's coming, and you know it's coming, but we can't let the public know it's coming. It's like the skulls we're going to protect our culture at, at all costs. We can't let anything else be known that contradicts what we've already decided. You look at their society, and they have guns, but they have no communication, telephone, radio. They don't have motor vehicles, but they have guns that are, really, advanced. And it's like, why? And the other thing is, when they captured Charleston Heston, and they realized he was different, and he wanted to leave, why not just let him go? KF5TSK, back to net.
Thank you, Burl. And now it's time for Miss Brenda, WB5OZL. And no, I don't actually hate you. Why do you ask these questions? Take it away, Brenda, WT9B.
Thank you, Michael. This is WB5OZL. Characters. With a lot of this was very, what's the word I want? Predictable in terms of characterization. Traditional roles, stereotypes. The old people in the tribunal, they could just as easily be human, and it'd be so much the same. The same kind of politics in the monkey world that you see in the human world. The underhanded stuff and the political intrigue and all that. I actually was just amazed that they didn't have some kind of a corrupt government like every human civilization has. But maybe they did and we didn't see it. I did also like the hear no evil, see no evil, say no evil thing. I thought that was really funny. Another thing that was amazing to me was the way that these apes kissed. Their little rubber mouths just bumped against each other, and it was really unnatural. And I don't know that apes in the wild kiss like that. these characters were way too human to be apes. But I guess that's the point. That's the satire, that we see ourselves in this society, and it's not necessarily a flattering mirror as it shows all of the foibles and problems that we have in our society. That's about all I have to say for now. I'll save more for later. This is WB50ZL.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And that means that Tony is next. But I'll go back to thanking Brenda, because that gives Tony some... Oh, that's right, he doesn't need to run from the other end of the house this time. Maybe next... When you need to run, Tony, let me know, and I'll like, stretch it out longer. 'Cause I'm not as good as Tom at stretching things out, but... Yeah, well, people have told me I can talk. NT5TM, Tony from WT9B.
Thank you. It's getting kind of late, so I'm going to try to combine my character comments with other thoughts about the movie. The characters are kind of simple and archetypical, but one thing that I really loved about this movie versus, say last week's, is they tried to do a good job of quickly making the characters human. I'm talking about the apes, but that's part of what makes it fun. The way Aaron was particularly amused by the way Dr. Zira and I guess it was Cornelius had to be a little subtle about their relationship. They don't want to discredit their scientific opinions by showing that they're in a relationship together, so they have to look around before they kiss. There were all sorts of little things like that were just very quickly done to establish the characters and make them more real and more relatable, which was great. Yes, to amplify what Brenda said, oh boy, stereotypes. Of course, the lead human woman doesn't even get to speak. She just prances around in a bathing suit sort of thing. She had nice legs. That was her only redeeming feature, apparently. At least Zira was a good scientist, but and had to implore other characters to try to pay attention to things. But yeah, stereotypes, oh, definitely, lots. So, good touches to make the characters more relatable. Sadly, lots of stereotypes. The two technical things I really want to praise. The cinematography was basically another character. It was almost more than that. It was almost a narrator, except we didn't have to listen to the narrator's annoying voice. At the start of the film, long shots, the characters are small, they're vulnerable. Then we get into the meat of ape society, and we have all these medium shots and close-ups, and it looks like a TV show. Then as the crisis builds and things become more serious in the third act, the camera pulls back again. Beautiful choices for shots, wonderful framing. You could have made paintings out of all of those shots. A beautiful choice with everything being beautiful and sunny and well lit. I am so sick of gritty bluish movies, let me tell you. I just can't take any more gritty bluish movies anymore. I'm sick of it. Lost it, can't handle it. The world just doesn't look like that, not even on the worst day that's ever happened. Tsunamis strike without being gritty and bluish. It's not what the world looks like. Making everything hard-focused and sharp and real, but yet upside down and strange and reversed. The beautiful, realistic, sharp cinematography underscores how inverted the world is. Great job. And the music, the music and the sound editing. We're careful that the music relates to us. It relates and commiserates to what we're feeling. They're never a beat early. They're never playing the music before the thing it relates to. It's always with us. We're always feeling at the same time what the music pertains to. So the cinematography and the music were great supporting character actors in this movie. Really liked all the little touches they did to get characterization across quickly. And that's it for tonight. I gotta go, but it's been a great night. I've loved listening to everybody. This is what we get out of a good movie. We all have ideas. NT5TM.
Thank you very much, Tony. I'll try and remember you're not here the next time around. So that brings us to Kane, K5A&E. What you got for us about characterization? WD9V.
I found it really interesting that the prequel movies that we just recently saw one of makes a big deal on trying to create these complex and really in-depth characters that you can really, identify with and, have these elaborate backstories going on. And yet, on this movie, they're very archetypical kind of characters with, lots of stereotyping going on and, just trying to fit them into the overall role they're supposed to be in so that way you can understand the political overtone going on. And I just thought it was kind of an interesting comparison between, this movie that came out in 1968 versus what viewers are wanting to see at the box office, in more modern times. So kind of an interesting comparison overall as far as the character development. Overall, though, I think it works well with this movie. There's a lot that it's trying to say politically, and I think that they didn't want you to necessarily focus on any one particular character as far as saying, well, maybe it's just this, this guy or that person that's like that. It's like, no, it's like that's just how this society is. So, yeah, didn't want you to focus too much on any particular person, but just understand the ideas of society that they're trying to showcase in this. And that's about all I have to say on that. This is K5A&E.
I kind of wonder whether part of that is because, this movie was obviously the first. They didn't have anything to build on. They didn't have a universe. They were having to create everything from scratch. Whereas the 10th one, 9th one in the series that we just watched last week has an awful lot to build on, so they can take more time with character development. I don't know. Maybe Tom can explain this to us when it comes around to his turn next. In 5, MMC, Mike, do you have any comments about characterization in this movie? Going once, going twice. Okay, KG5, BZWJ. What do you have for us about the rest of your comments about the plot and characterization? Take it away, Jay, from WD9V.
Well, okay, I'm not quite sure where my last, this is KG5 BZW, by the way. I'm not sure where the proxy disconnected and it cut off. So I'm going to have to kind of start from scratch and hopefully condense it. The main aspect of my comments was how the rule of awesome overrules the plot holes or things that just don't make sense, and like the plants this is going to be as long as I was previously making it if I don't. In fact, I'm already donking out here. So, it's like a lot of the stuff in the film just really doesn't make sense if you think about it, but I mean, they serve a purpose and you get a lot of interesting quotes from it, and that's basically the gist of it. As far as what I was saying, so there's that. As far as characters, I don't know if I can add much to what everybody else has said. They are, it is like what you just said. It is a world-building movie, time to world build and, you know, build up their characters too. So set up the world, you just got simple characters to play their parts. So yes, there's that. But it works well, and especially when you consider it's kind of rewritten for, you know, the parody of the times. And I want to echo Tony's thoughts. I love this. Cinematography on this film is quite good, and music too. I can't really. I'm like, I was barely awake at the end of Skynet, and now I know I'm fading. So yeah, you can mark me off for the next go around if there is anything. I may not even listen to the rest of it, but it's been fun. It's been good net. Good movie, good net. That's all I've got to say. This is KG5BZW, back to net control.
All right, DJ. I'll mark you as probably faded out. Have a good weekend and take care of yourself out there. Hopefully things aren't quite as crazy where you are as they are around here. N5, BB. WT9V wants to know what you have to say for the rest of the net. Well, actually, this is just Section 2, characterization. Although we're losing people. N5BB, characterization. Take it away.
Okay, Michael, this is Inside BB. Yeah, you're going to lose me too. So I'm trying to close it up quick here. When it comes to the characters not being super deep, I thought they did a good job making us care about these 8 characters and giving them qualities. They purposely were trying, of course, to put what we think of as human qualities into these apes as the whole point of the movie. And I think they focused on that makeup and the way the actors did that, as opposed to getting super deep in any of the characters. And I think that was reasonable. Again, I think the push of the movie was really around, if you think about it, things about animal rights, nuclear, Cold War and nuclear war and things of that nature. And then, of course, civil rights and racial equality and things of that nature. And, you know, the movie is really pretty impressive in what it does in all those counts. It was kind of groundbreaking for its time when you look back at it. I agree with Tony. I think it was filmed very well. Special effects, I think the makeup was excellent. And, of course, they dug a really big hole and stuck the Statue of Liberty in it. That's all and Charlton Heston was this heroic, stoic figure like he always is in these movies. That's all I got. Good night. N5BB. It's too late.
And I'm trying to come up with something about it's made of people, but I'm just not coming up with anything at the moment. KM5L. Patrick, what do you have to tell us about characterization? WT9V. Patrick, are you there? KM5L. Well, since they're not there, or he's not there, is there anybody else that would like to check in?
X-ray Joe and Wally, just monitoring.
Okay, Joe. Well, in that case, I won't call on you. Personally, I thought all the characters looked alike. They all just look the same to me. That's a joke. Never mind. JJ, what do you have to say about anything else at this point?
Let's see. I did not appreciate how they did the airplane crash and landing. It just didn't seem to make sense. I mean, or the spaceship, I guess. If the spaceship is about to land, you'd think they would wake up the people so that everybody can be there and guide the aircraft down. Okay, it could have been that they landed when they weren't expecting to, hence the crash. Okay, that makes sense. But it seemed kind of hokey that came in and everything was in decent shape, and then all of a sudden things started, water started flowing in from the lake. That should have happened kind of immediate, but still they had plenty of time to crawl around the plane, check various things, punch various buttons and what have you. It just didn't seem to make sense. And also the explosion there when they were destroying the cave that had all the evidence of, man being in charge in there. That just seemed like a generic, explosion, not, anything super fancy and stuff. But then again, that could have been more to do with it being in 1968 instead of 1998. And, it didn't need the fiery explosions and stuff that you see nowadays with special effects. So I'll give them kind of a break on that. But, special effects were okay. The fight scenes were kind of what you expected for the time and things. So, I'll give them a passing grade for those and stuff. But don't really have any other comments, so I'll give it back to you, Michael. This is N5 IMS.
Alrighty. I do have a comment about the explosion bit. All those giant fireballs that you see in Hollywood movies all the time these days, those are jugs of gasoline. I mean, real dynamite looks a lot more like the explosion that they had in the movie. It's just kind of like mostly dust. Having seen quite a few of those. Hey, KI5HHP, Steven, what do you have to say about special effects or whatever else? Also, please bear in mind that the timeout timer is back in effect, so I think, 2 minutes, 3 minutes? Reset every now and then. WT9P.
KI5HHP, this is Steven. I liked the initial scene where the aircraft does crash. I think it's actually pretty neat where they go to, I'm not sure where they actually filmed that, but somewhere in the Southwest, and it looks very majestic. And of course, the ending scene where they pan out and you see the Statue of Liberty at the end, I mean, that's just amazing. The other scenes where they have the village, where they've created the 8th village, you have to remember they had to create all that from scratch, and they were limited on budget. And you could tell in that area, but you could also tell in most of the action scenes, they were fairly limited on budget. But at least the scene at the very beginning of the movie with the spacecraft crashing in that area of the Southwest that they filmed in, and then of course panning out to show the Statue of Liberty, I think that kind of makes up for it. 5HHP, returning patrol.
Thank you very much. Actually, I thought it was Monument Valley, but apparently according to this webpage, it's the desert around Page, Glen Canyon, and Lake Powell in northern Arizona. Who knew? I didn't know. That brings us to Tom, K5ICX, or whatever. Try not to time out the repeater this week, Tom. WT90.
Looks pretty impressive to me. Even nowadays, 40 plus years later, 50 years later.
It's definitely an interesting landscape. So, Tom, K5ICX from WT90.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I'm going to try not to time out the repeater like I did last week. Okay. Several things in this movie. L.B. Abbott did the special effects with it, which is kind of a hero for me going back to 20th Century Fox back in those days. He created and recreated the effects for Lost in Space, by the way, when it had the spacecraft coming in and finally crashing. He reproduced this scene in full color, and I thought it looked really good. Did it make any sense? No. Visually, it looked great. I loved it. I loved it. And it had all the same sound effects that they used for Lost in Space. So, television show mimicked or became something bigger with TV. Reset. Or movies. Let me reset. Music was done by Jerry Goldsmith. This was an atonal score. Now, Jerry Goldsmith is my favorite composer of all time, followed by John Williams, or Johnny Williams at the time. Those two guys just really make it work, and I'm really pleased in this film with Jerry Goldsmith, in that he can create and mortify a score into something really interesting. This is a subtle score, not over the top in any way, shape, or form. No major use of orchestral pieces. I think he used some sort of a lamb's horn or something in this thing throughout it. He was very good at doing that sort of thing with films. He did it also with Star Trek the Motion Picture during the V'ger sequence. He was very good at doing this sort of thing. He used a squeak toy in, Explorers, and it fits in with the score amazingly well. The guy was tremendously innovative. Using an atonal score helps to create the surreal imagery that we get with this film. Yeah, we know it's filmed in some valley in the middle of nowhere, but the score helps to bring out this otherworldly thing that's going on, and I think that's really, really important in helping to make the film work. And I will, digress a little bit and say this about any musical score, is to world build in, say, science fiction, is you have to have a score that really works to help move you out of the norm and out of the ordinary into the extraordinary. And my buddy Jerry Goldsmith does that in this film, and does it in flying colors, or crashing colors in this case. The look and feel of the film is very good. I think it's fantastic the way they handle it. They use these rock outcroppings in a way that is visually interesting and surreal. And it propels you to another place. It's an L.B. Abbott thing, once again, I think, that really works extremely well. The film, after watching it last night for the first time in a while, probably 3 years, it continues to create an authenticity about it that I really enjoy. Ape Village, it was toned down, but it still had a look to it. They wanted an ape city, not an ape village, but they couldn't afford it at the time they made the film. But overall, I think the look was convincing. I think that's what makes it a classic. Back to you, World Control, KE5ICX.
I miss Frank. I liked being mind control. Oh well, I'll take world control for the moment. We're going to do more testing, and people are going to wash their hands and stop rubbing their faces. That's what world control says. KF5, TSK, Mr. Burl, what do you have to wrap us up with? Special effects, whatever else, any thoughts? Give us your best shot there, Burl. WT90.
This is KF5 TSK. I would say that the spacecraft itself, lacked a lot. I mean, you have a control box and you have two switches on it. It doesn't seem very exciting. A spacecraft that falls in the water and the water comes in, and it's like, well, weren't there any forces in space? You made it all this way and you land in the water, and then all of a sudden you sink. One of the things that I was really impressed with was the astronauts sliding down the mountain. That I kept wondering that, if they didn't hurt themselves, what was the cameraman? I mean, that was a really interesting, filming, just seeing them, sliding down the mountain. That, of course, the thing with them going swimming, why would 3 grown men, all of a sudden decide that, hey, let's go jump in the water and let's just see what we can go find. But I think a lot of this movie is that, we've decided what our culture is going to be, and we're not going to let anyone do anything to change the status quo. We can't have a man, being intellectual. We have to stop or erase this or do something. He'll destroy our society. KF5 TSK back to net.
Thank you, Burl. My guess, and Tom could probably explain this better, but my guess is that there was an extended period of time that happened between when they left the first lake and when they found the second one. But that's the only reason I can think of for them to go ape. Sorry about that. WB5OZL, Miss Brenda, what do you have to say about... This is the whatever round, honestly, so whatever you got on your mind. Except being mean to me, because I'm net control. You can be mean to me later. WT9V.
WB5OZL. I thought that was out of control. I agree with everybody about the hokey spaceship crash. Usually these things are planned out better. First of all, wake up the crew so they can land the ship. And if their plan wasn't to crash into the ocean, was it just to crash onto the land and kill everybody? They had to have a better plan than just crash. But, oh well. This thing got an honorary Oscar for the makeup. Also that year, 1968, a movie was released called 2001: A Space Odyssey. They also had apes, and they didn't get any kind of recognition at all for the makeup on that. And I remember reading once that Kubrick was really mad about that. He said, maybe they thought we used real apes. 2001 did get the Oscar for special effects, so apparently I don't think they had a separate Oscar for makeup at the time, which is why they made up this honorary Oscar for Planet of the Apes. The guy that did the music, I think he got an Oscar nomination but didn't win. Anyway, it's just interesting. Those are two really diverse movies and came out the same year. And you just almost can't compare them. What else? Well, obviously, this resonates with people. They've made, 9 of these? They couldn't have pulled that off if people didn't want to see it or didn't think it had some kind of relevance or significance. So, all right. I think I'm done until I'm not done anymore. WB5, OZL.
Yeah, alrighty. In all fairness, I do have to say this about Kubrick getting his panties in a wad. The apes in 2001 were just apes. They didn't talk, and they weren't nearly as well groomed. K5A&E. Looks like it's down to you now. Tony has gone to sleep on us. Take it away, Kane. WT90.
Well, I've got 2 final things I'd like to talk about. And I got to say, overall, for 1968, the special effects that they tried definitely worked out well. I think they did an excellent job. From what I understand, all the scenes that had the Statue of Liberty, I think they had a couple different models of that, depending on which shot they were doing on that. One of which was like a half-scale model made of paper mache, and some kind of big giant painting that they had stuck next to the cliffs, and just depending on which angle they were going to be shooting it at, they used the different props and whatnot to make it show up. So all the rubbery makeup on the monkeys ends up working pretty well. There's not a lot of definition between the different types, in my opinion. Although the only part that it does get a little bit weird is that kiss that we see that happens quite quickly near the introduction of the 2 scientist couple. I'm going to go ahead and reset.
W5FC.
My other point that I'd like to talk about is the cinematography is really excellent, and it's really kind of a good example of it done really well during this time period. I like a lot of these 1960s, 1970s movies that are done on, this is shot on Panavision, and use the Panavision color system, and it so many of these like reds and things like that just really shine through really bright, and the scenery and the mountains and valleys and all that just really shine through, and it's really bright and vibrant, and just a really beautiful shot on a lot of these shots they have. So yeah, that's it for me. This is K5A&E, back to net control.
Thank you, sir. And once again, thank you for joining us on our little net here. Oh, let's see. I'd ask for check-ins, but I think I'll just, wrap things up in a minute or 5. I had the snarky comment about, I don't know, but the previous movie in the series last week had much better special effects. I did like the way they had the crack in the glass to explain why the girl in the spaceship died of ancientness. I thought that was just kind of a nice little subtle touch kind of thing. Okay. I've run out of things to say, so I'm going to ask you, anybody else has any other comments about anything else about this movie? Oh, come on. Surely somebody had something else they want to say.
And don't call me Shirley in 5BB.
I just don't know what to say about that. Well, I do know what to say about it, but I don't think I can say it on the air.
I was quick with the microphone before Tom got in there. Good night in 5BB.
Good night, Bill. Now, the question for Tom is, do you have something written up for next week already, or is what's on the Afterglow movie list correct, which would be the Blaine... Let me try that again. The Brain from Planet Arus from 1957. Is that the movie, Tom? Do you have a blurb written up? Do you want me to be like Brenda and ask you to read something for us? You know, I'll stop talking now and let Tom talk if he wants to.
Oh, man. Let me see here. Well, we did this movie a few years ago. Let me see if I can find the thing on it. Oh. No, it's not that. No, I don't have anything for you. I will have a new thing for you later. We're doing this mic, KG5P, insisted on this movie, so to keep him from banging on my front door for the last 3 days saying, I want this movie, I am telling him he's not here now, but The Brain from Planet Arus from 1957 will be our next film. And then after that, I'm just going to suggest, if you have not seen it, Blade Runner 2049 is out there, the 3-hour version. The 3-hour version. That will be 3/28 the last week, and since we will all be under quarantine by then, yeah, 3 hours to watch Blade Runner 2049. Next week's movie, The Brain, or Brian, from Planet Arus, KE5ICX.
Yeah, good luck with keeping him from banging on your door, because he's probably going to do it anyway. But, yeah, you got a very good point about us having plenty of time to watch the movie. So we won't have anything else to do, apparently. So, remember, net control, or world control, or as Brenda likes to say, control, says, wash your hands, don't touch your face. Things like that. Stay safe, folks. And now the after-movie discussion starts, if there's anything to discussion. WT9V.
Come on, 3-hour tour right now.
WT9V.
Double, triple.
Somebody else go.
Oh, man, they're not even talking. Well, who cares? In the end. So, what does it all mean? What does science fiction mean to the rest of the world? Hey, we're living through it. The Andromeda Strain. What? Scram. The Andromeda Scram. What does that mean? KE5ICX.
KG5ZIX. It was a 3-hour tour, and was as far as on its people, right? People food, something like that.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
No, it's a cookbook.
Soylent Green is people.
So what is Soylent Orange and the Soylent other colors made out of?
Apes. It's Habibi.
Only Soylent Green was people. The others were algae or something.
Well, we can go over and wash our hands before and after the next movie. Good night, and Habibi.
KG5 ZIX. It's a cookbook.
On how to serve men.
People properly prepared, PPP.
I forgot to comment on the little village where the apes lived. I thought it looked a lot like Whoville.
W5FC.
You can comment now.
Yeah, I just did. Or maybe wherever the Flintstones live, whatever that place was called, I can't remember.
Rock.
Brontosaurus burger, anyone?
I was curious at their windows. They were totally irregular. And what would be the point of making them like that? Why not making them square or rectangular, other than just for the atmosphere, I guess?
Do you remember homes in the 1970s where they had aluminum, what was it, wiring and irregular? Wait, that's my house. Never mind.
Has it burst into flames yet?
From all the power strips in this place, probably. KE5I6.
Is that why the thermometer says 86?
You are incorrect.
Who was flipping back and forth earlier?
What would Brenda say?
About what?
Oh, hey. I just noticed that somebody went and fixed the repeater so that my net would sound good tonight. Thank y'all, whoever did that. Thanks.
They did that earlier.
Tom, you've not been particularly entertaining tonight. We haven't had any show and tell.
clean the house today. Well, I tried to clean the house today. Let me see, what do I have? Hang on. I'll throw it up onto the screen or something. Throwing.
Count all your pens.
Here you go. What you always wanted, this guy. LDAP. Implementing LDAP. Better than any movie you can ever imagine. I don't even know why I have this.
Masochism?
E for what?
Do you have it because of masochism?
Mark Wilcox. I bet you he wrote, what was, Star Trek, The Final Frontier. Yeah, he probably wrote that. Hey, rumor is out that they have Star Trek Pike that they're gonna do next. What do you think?
I hadn't heard that.
It came from, I don't know which website, but it's somewhat questionable, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least.
I haven't even gotten around to seeing any of the Picard episodes yet. I haven't really seen much of anything lately, except movies on Friday night.
Open the curtains.
So, ignore the man behind the curtain.
Fine, does that count?
Ignore the man behind the curtain, which was mentioned just a second ago before you quit, Keys.
Did I wait long enough this time?
Negative. They all went to the bathroom and they're coming back.
We have to wash our hands. N5 IMS.
Well, the dog kept coming to take a look, and so I guess now he says, well, I'll just lay down, and maybe when Tom moves it, I'll know it's time to go to bed. K5TSK back to net.
The dog is supervising.
Somebody has to keep an eye on Tom.
That's not a job I want.
Nor do I.
Not somebody else. No, wait. It is the dog that's in charge of Tom. I forgot. Okay. Which dog was that anyway? They both look alike to me.
That would be the Grommet and Chloe. I have to think for a minute. I've had so many dogs. Grommet and Chloe. They're wonderful.
I know the names of your dogs. I just didn't know which one that was like, laying behind you, which you might not have noticed.
He walked away.
I wonder, Thomas always has on Lost in Space, but never watches it. It's always playing behind him. I don't know what he's doing. Can't find TSK back to net.
It's on to energize the dog in 5IMS.
Scream, come on. You don't think I'm going to not watch Lost in Space? Jeez, get you 5 eyes here.
W5FC.
Tom can watch Lost in Space from the eyes in the back of his head.
That Dr. Smith was a weasel.
Yeah, what was your first clue?
I got a question, Tom. When we're all quarantined, are we going to do movie night every night?
Well, of course we will. Every night of the week.
No fucking...
That'll work. I'm getting a total agreement here in the house.
How are you going to send his drinks, Tom?
It all works in the end. Oh, by the way, Chloe's on screen. She's a sweetie pie. And everything else. She'll make dinner.
What does she cook? Hot dogs and 5IMS.
And corny dogs.
I think JJ has the corny dogs thing, wrapped up. D9V.
What can I do? The Skynet with Chaz, it kind of puts you in that mood in 5IMS.
Tom, can we do Afterglow before Skynet?
That's heresy.
And it let us get, JJ before he gets put into that mood.
Wait, I stay in that mood.
Shame on you, blaming Chaz.
All right, so just to show you just how I stay in this mood, the shirt I am currently wearing says, Dad jokes? I don't do dad jokes. That couldn't be farther from the truth.
Grown.
Made for each other.
What up, Bum?
KG5ZIX, I got a dad joke.
Hold on, let me turn off my radio.
Go!
Do I have permission?
This is the free-for-all afternet net, so go ahead. You don't even need permission in 5IMS.
KG5ZIX, I hope you hadn't heard this before, but did you know that John Travolta had to get the
the coronavirus check from a hospital?
No, I didn't. Why was that?
Well, it turned out he had Saturday night fever, and he's going to be staying alive.
You should have been on chat during Skynet. There were several of those going on. It was quite entertaining.
Chuck Norris got the coronavirus, and now the coronavirus is in quarantine.
I heard that one.
That's a good one.
Did you know that if they don't cure the coronavirus soon, it'll be tick season, and we'll have to not only fight the coronavirus, we'll have to fight Lyme disease?
What, corona with Lyme?
Well, the cure is put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up.
I got another one. I don't know if you guys remember when Lake Lavon was so low, the catfish had ticks on them.
I heard it was fleas, but definitely a good joke in 5IMS.
KG5 for KG5ZIX for ID.
You people are terrible. WT9V.
WP5OZL.
Consistent. KE5A6.
You're not wrong. WT9V.
I got one more for you, if you got a minute.
Sure, go for it.
KG5ZIX for ID. Do you know why the man walked right into a well?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's a pretty deep subject.
Well, he didn't see that well.
I like that one. And 5IMS.
That was a good one, yeah, for DDM.
Well, now we know how we're going to get through quarantine. We'll tell jokes.
And see who survives the jokes. WT9V.
There'll only be one survivor.
I thought the line was, there will be no survivors in 5IMS.
Exterminate.
Never did understand how they could be such good at exterminating when all they have is a whisk and a plunger.
In sync. Exterminate. I don't know, but it worked.
I'm afraid I doubled with you, but I was pointing out that in all fairness, it was a death ray whisk.
Hey, we haven't done Doctor Who. K5TSK back to net.
W5FC.
Oh, Doctor Who's too good for this net. We'd have to have Dr. Y or Dr. Where.
Dr. X will build a creature.
But then again, we may need doctors, if this virus gets much worse, so we probably ought to not pick on them too much, N5IMS.
Actually, sounds like we need the doctor right about now.
I wonder if we can pay the doctor just by knitting a very long scarf and, give it to him for reimbursement for his services. After all, that seemed to work for Doctor Who.
I have one of those, actually.
What is it about that show that is so fascinating? I honestly, I got caught into the damn thing.
I think it's one of those that they make it easy for you to just suspend your mind and enjoy the show. It doesn't have to make sense or whatever. You just enjoy the show.
In an episode, I tried to explain, I think it was the opening episode, about a rampaging rhino in a spacesuit. And I realized that everybody thinks you're insane.
It's kind of the same thing like with the Airplane series, with Spaceballs, with, kind of just pick your Mel Brooks movie, any of those, I guess. They're just, they don't necessarily make sense, but they're really good movies.
I agree. Everybody's running to the bathroom. KE5I6.
Now, I admit, the Mel Brooks movies, some are better than others. I mean, you've got, comparison, which one is the good movie and which one is the less good movie. You've got Blazing Saddles and you've got 12 Chairs, Kind of easy to pick on those, I'm trying to remember what the other one, High Anxiety, that one was an okay movie, but I don't think it's quite up to Mel Brooks standards, N5IMS.
Wait, my favorite is The Producers from 1968, the same time as Planet of the Apes. My favorite. I love that movie, Springtime for Hitler.
It's a good movie when they make a Broadway play out of it. Actually, more than that, it's a Broadway play made out of a movie that's set in a Broadway play.
Well, yeah, how would you not want to do it?
course, the best part of, I think, nearly all of the Mel Brooks movie is there's always at least 4 or 5 lines that just get stuck in your head, and you've got to throw them out wherever possible. You know, like Young Frankenstein, you know, the putting on the Ritz bit, and you know Terry Garr saying, you know, I love, you know, want to roll in the hay? I love rolling in the hay, and she's just rolling back and forth in the wagon full of hay.
Yeah, like Great Knockers.
And he's playing darts with the sheriff, I think it is. And of course, the sheriff is cheating. He, you know, got the wooden arm, so he's, you know, sticking it in his arm, so it sounds like he's throwing it in there, and he takes him out and runs up in there and stabs him in there. And of course, then they say, "Nice grouping."
Was that Young Frankenstein, Great Knockers, or who was that girl?
Yes, Young Frankenstein. And, you know, I'm not sure if that was the same scene where, you know, his girlfriend and his assistant were both there. And, you know, Igor said, you know, I'll take, you take the blonde, I'll take the one in the Toyban.
I forgot about that one. KG5 for ZIX for ID.
Now, come on, Tom. I'm sure you've got some lines from a Mel Brooks movie. Any one of them. Doesn't matter.
Oh, geez, I'm trying to think of one. Let's see, pardon me, Roy. Is that Cat Situation News Shoes? Oh, wait, that's not from Mel Brooks. I'll figure it out.
I did recognize it immediately, though.
Oh, maybe we should do Mel Brooks. I don't know. Jeez. My favorite of his is The Producers. His original was great.
Yeah, and, you know, and the one with Dark Helmet, you know, just kind of remembered that during Skynet, you know, where they said, you know, if you get out of the light speed, you won't go flying back. And I remembered Rick Moranis, as soon as they stopped from going for Plaid, he flew back.
Oh, God, what a great movie. Okay. It's time for me to go to bed. I have to get up early and go nowhere. They canceled my museum thing, so I'm not going to the museum tomorrow, so I'm going to, I don't know, swab the deck or something.
W5FC.
Well, good night, and enjoyed the net, and enjoyed the after-net. You know, it's kind of always fun. But you enjoy, and but don't bother mowing the yard. It's too wet. Have a good one. This is N5 IMS clear.
KG5ZIX. See y'all later.
Well, I had a blast tonight. Thank you all. KE5ICX.
Me you, Michael, for doing such a great job of being control.
I'm a ham. It comes naturally. W9V.
This is WV50ZL.